Hello friends and lovely people, welcome back again to the channel. It's been a while I made a new video post. Yes, I was in the kitchen cooking. Yeah, and now it is ready. Now this project that we're going to take on, or we're going to embark on, it has been divided into two folds. Now, in order for you to understand the flow, the workout, how it's going to be done, I have written the flow for you. And I've already made a preview of, I think, 1 minute 17 second video on what you're going to achieve after watching or after taking this course. And if you haven't watched that, then it's actually a video conference which allowed two people to connect. Then they can hear themselves, they can see themselves. Let's watch it again. All right, that's amazing, right? So are you interested in what you just saw? Building web API and also with your Blazor assembly as a front end. Okay, now let's see the flow, how the flow is going to look like. I'm going to share my screen so you can see what it entails in that. So I believe you can see the screen now. Now this is the video conference flow. I have in the two folds, as I said earlier on, I have the basic flow. Let's go to the basic flow and I will know what is going to be done here. We having two entities. We having the host and now the attendee or the user. The host is the same as an admin and now the attendee is the same as the user. So we can use the names interchangeably here. If I talk about attendee, I'm talking about the user. If I refer to user, I'm referring to attendee. Same thing applies to host and admin. Now, the first thing first is admin needs to log in and create a meeting. So here for logging in, we have an email and password. That is the default stuff that we do normally know. But well, we can change it based on the requirement. But for now, we want to stick to our login, which is an email and password credential. But if the user or the host does not have an account, you know what's going to do. You need to create an account. And I did not take any special thing over here. We're using the same name, email, and password. These are the requirements that the admin needs to provide before he can be given an account. After an account is created, then he can then go and log in, because it is only through login that is where admin can have access to this dashboard. So create an account, log in, or you've created it already, you can log in. Now there's a dashboard. We're going to have the three buttons here. I'm making this a simple flow. Okay, simple app. Now with this, we're going to have a home button, and we're going to have in a schedule meeting, we have a logout. Logout, you know what's going to happen, right? User can be logged out. As soon as we log in, we can go and log out. Now with the home button, it gets you to this meeting details. So all scheduled meetings, you're going to find them here. That is the details of the meeting. And we're going to have the ID. We're going to have the link of the meeting and then the passcode. So actually we can add, there's an ID here. So the meeting ID, the meeting passcode, the meeting link, and then we can add a meeting title and maybe the meeting description, the start date, and the end date and time. Start date and time and our end date and time. Now that is the meeting details here. So here, if I click on schedule meeting, that is where I need to provide the meeting title, the start date, the end date, and a description. Now all these are called what? Detailed. So if I say detailed here, I'm referring to what we have over there. So for a meeting details, we're going to see title, start date, end date, and time, description, meeting ID, meeting link, and also the passcode. Okay, so that is what the user going to see, or the admin going to see when he logs in and he has already created a meeting. Then he's going to see that. And also when a meeting starts and finished, he can see a recent meeting. We're also going to make that available in there. Then when the user starts a meeting, so this specific meeting, if a user starts it, we're going to have access to a new component. Now this new component, we're going to have the admin, and which is the host, and then we're going to have the attendee. How is this possible? The link that you have here, admin needs to send this link to an attendee. It could be through email, it could be just copy and paste, it could be whatever. Let's say the attendee has the link now. As soon as the attendee clicks on the link, since host is already authenticated, we can get information about this host. But you know, for this user, this is not authenticated. So how can we get the name? We're going to pop up a simple modal which is going to allow the user to enter display name. As soon as the person enters the name, it's going to attach a default guild, which is an ID assigned to this person, attach it to the name, and I'll send it. So we're going to have the display name, and then we're going to have the unique ID for this current user. And as soon as the unique ID is created, we want to store that for this user ID. So we're going to store that in local storage, or you can even use the cookie storage, whatever, you can pass it on and keep it. Now, there's going to be some checks before the admin can pass through. The admin, the user can pass through. So within the link which has been clicked, we want to check whether the meeting actually exists. The user has provided correct credentials, which is the meeting ID and the passcode. We're going to use this meeting ID and passcode to form the link here. So as soon as the user clicks on the link, we're going to extract the meeting ID and the passcode from the link, and we're going to check if it has the correct credential. Aside from that, we want to check if the meeting has already started. So meeting can exist, but if it is not started, user cannot join, because user should join only a started meeting. In case all these pass, then we want to join this user, which is an attendee, and then we can have the admin here, and two people or more than that can go on and communicate. That is a basic flow from start to finish, and that is what you're going to be using. Now, if you want to go advanced of this, then I have the second flow here, which is an advanced flow. What it's going to do, we are having the same host and our attendee. So we're going to pass through all this basic flow to have the admin and the attendee in section. After that, for the admin, we want to make sure it's only admin who can close the meeting. Now, admin can close meeting from here, and then admin can see participants, meaning the admin itself, and also the attendee name. Because you know that from here, attendee needs to provide a display name, and that is what's going to be used to add it to this participant. Then admin can manage his microphone to switch it on and now off. So these features, we're going to add it to an admin section so he can perform all this. When we hop onto the attendee or the user, he's going to see same, but here user cannot close the meeting, rather he can leave the meeting. If the user leaves the meeting, meeting still goes on. But if admin closes the meeting, meeting shut off. I hope you're getting that. And then he can also see the participants, and I can also manage his microphone, put it on and now off. All right, so with this advanced flow, there are certain things that we need to consider. Let's look at one, that's the internal communication. You know, with this, we're going to be using signal R for this. That is not what we're going to be using for the communication, but well, that's what we're going to be using for user connectivity, mapping, and stuff. Let's go through. We are also having the same host and now the attendee. That's an admin and I'm the user. Now with this, admin connects to the hub. User connects to the hub. So anyone who wants to join or start a meeting needs to connect to the SignalR hub. So when admin connects or when user connect, we're going to, this SignalR is going to connect to our API server, which is a custom API that we're going to create and attach this SignalR hub. Now this get notified. So as soon as the admin connect, as soon as user connect, you see we are having this, which get notified and now sent to the API server. And in that is going to send with this requirement, connection ID, host or attendee ID. Remember that from here, we can extract, since admin is logged in, we can extract the ID from here. That is an ID of this user. And also for this attendee, the first time the person is joining, we are auto-generating an ID for this user. So we're going to pass this ID here, and then we can get the ID, join the connection ID, which is going to be generated automatically as soon as you connect to this hub. And then we're going to map it here. So we map the connection ID to this attendee or the host ID. The reason I did this, with the SignalR hub, as soon as you connect, you're going to have a new connection ID. You don't have a static connection ID. As soon as you go off and now come on again, you're going to have a unique ID. Now, how can we map this with your ID, which is static from our, let's say, the JSON token that we're going to generate for this host, or the ID which is going to come from this admin here or the user here, which is static. We need to map it. So anytime the admin connects, we're going to update the table. Anytime this admin or the host disconnect, we're going to update the table and I remove it, so that at all costs, you're going to be having a current connection ID with the current user IDs. Good. Now that's the responsibility of the SignalR hub to notify the API server and then get in touch with that. Good. So now that we have the ID mapping, we're going to look at this. Now the API is going to have some features in here, which is create meeting, view meeting, and now view recent meetings. Now with this, it is only the host who has the ability to get these. Client attendee does not. So this is for the admin or the host. Now here, if host start meeting, clicks on this, this is start meeting. Now if host start meeting, it's going to send connection to the hub. As soon as the hub notifies it, it's going to have this meeting, the specific meeting, into a different table, which is the active meeting. That is where the meeting is active, because we are checking from here before user joins. We want to make sure that the table or the meeting exists. Well, since we have this feature here, admin has already created a meeting, so we can check it from here and see table exists. The next thing is we want to check whether there's correct credentials. We can also get the same feature from here, because as soon as admin creates meeting, credentials are going to be created. So the same table that we got meeting exists, we can check credential. But for meeting started, we need a different table. So we're going to move the meeting ID and now the host ID to that. And that is an active meeting. So we're having this meeting ID and then the host ID in this table to make sure it is active. Now we're going to check from here, from that table, if the meeting is already started. If it started, then we're going to send the meeting ID and also the user ID is going to join. So as soon as the user provides this, check here, as soon as the user provides this display name and now with the generated ID, it's going to join. Now when it joins, it's going to join this SignalR hub. He joins the hub, and now the hub also send the current user ID with the connection ID to this. So we have the table here already. So we're going to have the meeting ID. and an attendee ID, because the link that is going to click on contains the meeting ID and the passcode, right? So after verifying all stuff, we want to also add the user to this table so that we can have the meeting ID and also the host ID. So when you look at this active table, or active meeting, we are having that the same meeting ID, but we're having different user ID. We have first the host and now the attendee ID. So you can have multiple attendees with the same meeting ID, meaning they are in a group. I use that. We can also use a different one, which is by using the Scalable. I think it has a group that you can use that. But well, I chose to use this. So this is what I am using now. Now, after we are done with this, we're going to be having an external communication, because you know that just connecting with the Scalable and now moving the table as an active meeting does not switch on your camera, does not switch on your audio. You need a mechanism to handle that. And that is you're going to talk to an external library, which is the Twilio. So from here, we have this external communication. Now for you host and our attendee, each should connect to our API, that's our custom API server. Now this custom API server is going to be a middleman between the Twilio server and also these users. Admin Connect needs to provide meeting ID and our name. Now with these two credentials, user also needs the same credentials, meeting ID and our name. And as soon as they connect to our API server, the API server is going to send these credentials to the Twilio server, and then this Twilio server is going to process it and now generate an access token. Now this access token will be sent back to the host or the attendee. So if it is a host who wants to join, as soon as the user provides the meeting ID and now the name, the API server is going to communicate with the Twilio, and then we're going to have the access token and now return back to the host or the attendee. Once he has it, he can go straight to the point and now connect to the another page for the video to start. Now with this, Twilio also provides a JavaScript SDK that we need to integrate in it. We create a simple JS file to handle that, and we're also going to make a reference of this Twilio JS file in a component or in a index.html file. We're going to add it. Now this Twilio JS is responsible to switch on our camera, switch on our audio. Now once you have that, it's going to also create a bi-directional communication between the Twilio API server and now our component application. So it can pick our audio and our video and now send it, and it can broadcast it to all other connected. Okay, so let's assume this just only the admin mic is on, admin video is on, admin speaks now. Now this JS is responsible to get this stream data, send it here, and then this server, the Twilio server, is going to push it up to all the connector, which is an admin, the attendee. Not only this, many people can connect. So all the connectors, this server will be able to broadcast it to them for them to hear, and now vice versa, do the same thing, get each and now broadcast to the others as well. And that will bring to the end of this project. So we are starting from the basic to advanced to our communication and our external communication. So you can see that here, we are not building everything locally. We are also integrating a third party, which is the Twilio package. And a lot of packages over there, but well, I got in touch with Twilio, and I think integrating DS is quite simple. Yeah, it's quite simple. And I'll show you how you can also do that. All right, so that is the flow of what we're going to be doing. As I said earlier on, this project is in twofold. You have the basic flow I showed you, and you have the advanced one. The basic flow will be in a playlist here on YouTube. But for the advanced flow, if you want to dive more into it, then I'll make this as a course that you can purchase for that. If you If you're able to finish the basic one and you're okay, you're able to see yourself and your attendee, then you can hop into the advanced to close meeting to manage the users and all that I showed you here. You can also integrate it in your project too. I also made the source code available as well. All right, so maybe you're asking yourself, what skills you need to get in order to touch this project? Well, if you're already a .NET developer or a Blazor developer, no problem, you're good. You need to have the basics. And actually, I'm going to start from scratch to finish. So I think all that you need to do here is to have a Visual Studio open and you're ready. You can still follow along and I'll do something at the end of the day. So I believe you can see my screen, and in here you can see from the basic flow, we want to have the admin session first. Now from the admin, the first thing that the admin needs to do is to log in, meaning we need to work on authentication first. Okay, so let's go and create our project, and then we're going to start with authentication by logging in and creating an account. And aside from that, we move on to the dashboard. So with this, we're going to first build the UI. Normally, I do build the back end first, but for now, I want to change a little bit. So we want to first have a simple UI, and then we move on with that. So here, I'm going to minimize this, and I have my Visual Studio 2022 open. But before we create our solution with the various projects, what we're going to be doing here, we're going to be using vertical slice layer architecture, which organizes your project in layers. It's not layers, rather features. I was talking about clean architecture. Okay, so with the vertical slice layer, it organizes your project with features. So let's say we're going to have a create account. It's a feature. We're going to have login account. It's a feature. We're going to have create meeting. It's a feature. So everything that this feature needs in order to work is going to make it possible and available in that feature. And also we're going to be using the CQRS design pattern. So I've made a video already on CQRS, and we're going to also look at how we can integrate that in this. So well, let's stick to this and let's move on. Now Visual Studio is open. I'm going to create a solution first and then add 3 projects. I'm going to be adding web API as a back end. I'm going to be adding WebAssembly as a front end. And then, since we are having a front end to drive the back end, we're going to be using some models in here. Now, these models, definitely they're going to be shared because client needs it as well as the back end. So to skip duplication, I'm going to add another library, which is a C# class library. And I'm going to put all these classes, which will be shared by the API and the client together, and dump it in that library. So anytime that I need it, I can just add a reference to this project and also add it to the other project, and then I can use the same library in both projects. So let's do that. So you can see from here that we having a project created. I have the server. You can change it to a back end, and now the client could be front end, or you can say API and also Blazor WebAssembly. But well, since we're going to have a client and server, I decided to chip those names here. So I have my API and I have my Blazor WebAssembly as well as our shared library. all that I'm going to be doing is to add this library to both projects. Okay, so that is done now. Now again, we're going to look at this for authentication. We're going to have our login. Now this login, we're having only two properties that we need to create in a class, which is email and password for our login. And then for the create account, that is name, email, and password. So if you want to add more, you can go ahead and now add more. But since you're going to be using CQRS, we're going to be having our request and our response classes. So within that, I want to maintain the same thing here. For organization purpose, I want to create a folder for authentication, and then we also have another folder for meeting when we get there. So you can see from our project that we created currently with the shell library, we created a new folder in authentication, which are the requests and the responses folder. Now, why did I create that? First of all, when we talk about requests, is any command that is coming out from the user to our API or to our server. That's a request. Let's say you want to create, so you want to update, you want to delete. All these are requests. Now, any response that is coming out from my API to the user, that is response. So in this, we're going to group our request and our response in this folder. So if you open request folder, you know that, hey, these are the commands that I'm sending from the user to the server. And now the response is going to be from the responses that the server is going to generate, and I return it to the user. So now that you are good with this, let's go and create our models in each of the folder that we have created. So before we create this request, I want us to create our custom response. It is good that in your whole application, you have a preferred way of returning response to a user, because we are going to consume this in client, and we want to make sure that we do not have any error in the client, or in case there's any error that generates from our server, we want to handle that so that the client can also consume it and display to the user. Because when you have an error in that, or let's say validation rule, etc., the client might also see the same. So within that, it is good that you go out with your custom response type. So in that, I created a simple one, very simple one. And let's see how we can create that. So we're going to put that in the shared library. It's going to be used by the authentication, also the meeting. So I decided to put it outside, so this can be shared by all the models that we're going to create. So when you look at our service response that we have created, we have an access. We want to have a default value to it. Message, in case you have any message you can pass on. And with our service response, we can also return a model. Let's say I want to get a list of meeting, only meeting, etc. So all this we can pass on to this value here. So that is the reason why we are creating this as generic, so we can specify the model type anytime that we want to return a list or an object. So now that we are done here, we go to our request. And then with that request, we're going to create user request, login user request. We're going to create all these in the request. Within that, these are what I need. As this should be a public and a class. And then I need these properties, the same as what we saw in the diagram, just that here we are adding password confirmation, so you can confirm the password. And then we're going to also create a login response, not the response, login request. This also takes in only 3 properties. That is an email and password. Okay, so we also going to handle the response. Now that we have our request created, let's see our create user response and then our login user response. So with this, we are having our T type as string, because here we are not going to provide any a module of T, or let's say a model with this. We need to use this one. Let me show you. From our service response, we're going to be using this, its access, and also the message. As for this, we're not going to use that, because when you're going to return a create response, we're going to return any T model here. We need only the message and now the success. So we can decide to pass in string here as the type. And that is what we are doing here. Now let's go and also create a login response. Now, aside from the basic one that we have in the default ones that we have in the service response, which comprise of the its access and now the message, we want to add an extra property in here, because we're going to provide, as soon as user logs in, we want to provide JWT token. So you can pass it on here. So in order for us to create our UI, we need some third libraries. And here I'm going to be using the free one, Fluent API. This is a Fluent API. It's a Fluent UI. So Fluent UI, I think it's part of Microsoft. They do provide free component that we can use. And also I have 1 or 2 components that I have created myself. So we're going to also be using this, but you are free. You can switch to any component at all and integrate it in this. Okay. So let's get these packages installed first. All right, so these are the packages that we will need in the client for now. We need a component.authorization to authorize our component. If you install this package, you can have access to authorize, view a component, and also you can also use I think authorize attribute. Yes. And also we're going to be using the Fluent UI. We need this extension so we can create our own HTTP client factory. We need this Fluent UI from this component to emoji and icons. These are all the components that we need from this Microsoft. And also I have a model that I've created, very friendly, useful, and we're also going to be using that. I have also created a simple screen loader, and we also going to use this. Actually, this is the first time that I'm going to use this package in a demo project like this. So later on, we can improve this much. Then we're going to be using this local storage, which gives us access to the browser local storage. If you want to use cookie, I think I have cookie over there. So you can go out there and get that. I think from the NuGet packages, you type in netcode. I think I have the cookie here. So if you want to use that, yes, you can also install this and use the cookie. But for now, we're going to be using the local storage here. That is what we need. Okay. Now what, again, we're going to be using system.identitymodel.tokens.jwt so we can read the claims from the token, which is going to be brought back from the server, okay, and authenticate the user. And then we're going to have our Twilio. This Twilio here is a library that we're going to give us access to our video. So we can have access to the video. We can create meetings and stuff. So with this, we see how to work with it. So once you have all these packages installed, we can go ahead and create a login component. Our login component is going to use some specific layout. Since you're going to have a client, host, the client could be an attendee, the host, we must have separate layout for each. So with that, I think we're going to include this layout in the component that we're going to create, which is the login and then the register. So it's better that we finish the layout creation before we hop into the component, that is the login and then the register. So in here, from this layout that we have the default layout over here, menu and main layout, and then we have in our nav menu. We're going to create our admin, maybe landing layout. We're going to have our attendee layout, and then we're going to have our dashboard layout. So we're going to have 3 layouts. I want to leave the default one here. I'm not going to touch that. So maybe later on, if you want to make reference to it, you can go ahead and do that. So let's create a new component from this, and I'm going to call this as admin landing layout. Now this is going to be used by admin, as the name implies. So we having a header component, then we having our Fluent grid, and in that we want to center, and we want to have our body in here. So all the subsequent component that we're going to create, which are going to inherit from this layout, they're going to be passed on here. Okay, and all these are going to take effect. So once we have specified or used header component and our footer component, I think in order for us not to forget it, let's go and create that first. So within the pages here, we have in these default ones, never mind them. Let's move on. We're going to create a folder here, and this is going to be an admin. Now with this admin, we're going to also create another folder, and let's say this is authentication. Now within this authentication, let's have our footer in here. Well, you know, with the footer and a header component, you can put them anywhere. It could be even in the pages, because actually they are not much related to authentication. Okay, whether you're authenticated or not, as soon as you log in, they can be able to see that. So maybe it's better that we move that from this. And we know with the client and admin, they're also going to use the same, let's say the same footer. So I believe putting that in the admin or the authentication folder is going to limit its ability, right? So it's better that in the pages, let's have our footer component there. So within the footer component, we can have a simple Fluent footer. Now there's a Fluent package, and then we can apply a simple CSS to it. And this is what I'm having it right there. You can you can update these and do a lot of stuff with it. Okay. So now that we have this, we have a footer in the pages. It means that even if you're admin or client, you can still use this. Now we go back to the admin layout, and then we can make reference to this. Okay, and I'll use that here. Let's see how to work with the header component too. Now the header component, I think this is going to be for the admin. If admin logs in, he's going to see this. So you can put that in the admin, rather not in the authentication. Okay, so let's see in the admin over here, let's add another component, and that's going to be header component. And now within this header component, we're going to be first creating a static class of this Fluent icon, so we can use this all the time. Now that we have this, we're going to create a Fluent app bar. I think Fluent also have this app bar that we can use. And from this, we can include the namespace or the using statement. We want to set the height and now the orientation to horizontal. Then we want to have the Fluent label. This label here, we want to set a type as header. And this is just a bootstrap classes that I'm adding. And here it is a name that I'm adding with some styles here with the VCF, video conference. Okay, it's a video conference. And I'm going to have a Fluent space bar. So you can see all these are Fluent components that we're using. And then we want to have this icon. I want to have, if it is active, this is what you want to show. In case it is clicked, this is what you want to do. The same thing applies to this. It has icon reset, active, and now on click. All these are events. So here, when it is reset, this is going to get called. When it is on click, it's going to get called. And if it is active, it's also going to get called. So it means all these are methods that we're going to create so we can reference them here. Okay. So once we have this, we go in there to add our method. And now these are the methods that we need to work on. Now here is going to just return an icon. So if I click on icon here, let's say the login icon, I want to make sure it is filled. So see, we are using the field and our regular, the same size of it and the same icon type, person account, but just going to be a field. Like if I click on it, it should be filled. If I click on something somewhere, let's on the register, there should be regular. Okay, so that we can have an active tab all the time. And in that, we're going to be using this nav manager. So we can inject a nav manager down here, no, top here. But you know, the best place to do this is to put that in the import.razor, so we can set this global use. So here we're going to say that inject navigation manager. Then let's say this is nav manager. So once you have this, when you go back to the header, we're going to have access to this nav manager and we can navigate to login and register. That means when we create a component for login and register, this should be the name. Take note. Okay, so now that we have this, our header component set, we are now going to, let's go and make reference to it in the admin layout. So let's use the reference here. Okay, so we are good. We have no issue with it. Let's go and have our landing page, which is going to be a login, because you know, with an admin, with an app that we're going to create, before user get access to the dashboard, the user must log in. So that's going to be the primary page that the user needs to land on. So that's the reason why I am saying this is landing page. User needs to land on that as soon as he visits our site to create or to manage a meeting. So in that, this is going to come from the authentication, and I'm going to create a new component, but this is not a component. This is also a component, but I'm going to say it's a page. Why am I saying that? The difference between this component here means it's a chart component, header component, footer component. They are all children component. Why? Because we are using this component here, but there's going to be a page that user going to land on. It's going to have a page route. So I'm going to say it's a landing page. So look at the differences between this is landing page. Now this landing page, I'm going to be using an edit form. Now this edit form, first of all, let's set up our page. Now this should be the default, or that's the home page. But you know, when you check our home component, it has one already. So I'm going to override that, so we can have only one page like this. Now within this, we're going to have a simple edit form to handle that. But before we do that, we need to create our model. So let's work on the code first. Now within that, we're going to be checking if this current user is authenticated, because if authenticated, we will not allow you to log in again. And in that, I have some properties I'm going to set, like show message and stuff. That is by using the model and the loader. So you know, we installed I think 2 packages of Netcode-Hub, which is the modal and also the loader, right? So we're going to be using that here to show and to load the page when the user clicks, to control the interactivity of the page. And also we are going to create a login request instance, which we're going to be using for our edit form. So there's a request that we created coming from the shell library, and in here we're going to handle that. So I have this simple code to work with that. When the user clicks on and the login, let's say when I'm done providing everything and I click on login, what do I need to do? We need to go in for our login response first. Then we're going to have this authentication service. But let's first go through and see. As soon as the button is clicked, hey, I'm done. You provide your username and password, click on login. We want to show loader. So this show loader here is going to blur the screen. Then we're going to have this loader running. Okay, so it prevents user from double clicking on the button. Okay, so that one function can perform at a time. And then we want to at least delay for 500,000 is max, 500 milliseconds. And then we want to call a response from this service. This is going to connect with our API and then return a response to us. Now, when I return this response, since we are not going to, we will handle a refresh token in an advanced one. So for now, we're going to say that this is our token. Now, this token is only going to be this response token because you're going to have only token from the response. So we need not to append this token to it. So we have only this. Now, this is our response token. Now, with this response token, we can go ahead and now pass in this token here. We're going to create this authentication state provider, and then we're going to have a method in it which is going to set this token to local storage. So we're going to call that method and now pass down this token in there. Okay. Once we're done, we're going to navigate to the dashboard. And after we are done with that, we can return, or even we can decide to take this off because this is going to navigate, so it will not stay on the same page. So we need not to return. But well, for normally, I want to make sure if something happens here, I do not trespass. I need to return. And then when that happens, but in case the response here it is not true, meaning it's not passed, you want to show off the loader. And then the message that's going to come from the service, you want to put it up here as a message. And now this message, we want to show this modal message response. Now with this, I'm going to create a two instance of the modal. One's going to be for message response and one's going to be for our edit form. Okay. Now with this, we're going to use this modal as a response, which is going to show the message to the user. It's going to pop up and now pass on the message. And since we are changing the state of all this, in order to make it as active, we can use state has changed. At times, if you even decide not to use this, it works. But well, I want to make sure it works no matter what. So I want to have this state has changed, which will force the page to re-render since some of the states have changed. And then we're going to have what we're supposed to see. So that is our login. Now within that, we're going to also have another button, which is going to be an OK button. Now if I click on OK button, what am I going to do? I'm going to just show or close the message because you know that this message is going to pop up. When it popped up and user clicks on OK, I'm going to change the state of this, and now state has changed to just get this modal hidden. That is all this method is going to do. At times, you can also comment this to make sure it works. But well, bringing this over here, actually, it will enforce it. And then when the page initializes, that is where we're going to check because, you know, before user logs in, that means user is not authenticated. So there's no way that user is already authenticated and still can have access to our login page. That should not be happening. So in that, on the first method I need to create, we're going to use this initialize method. Now with this initialize method, we want to try this because the user tries to come in here while not authenticated. Getting this can throw an exception. So we try this so we can catch it. Now with this exception, we are swallowing it because we know that, hey, we don't need this exception for anything. We want to make sure we maintain the page. So we try to swallow this exception. But in case a user is not authenticated and at least this works, then we want to navigate to the dashboard. That is when user is authenticated, okay? Because here we are using this is authenticated, which is going to return a boolean which is true or false, as you can see from here. And in case it is true, then hey, navigate to the dashboard. So that's what we're going to have for our code base with our landing page, which is definitely our login. Now within that, let's go and create a simple edit form for this. But before that, we're going to create an instance of my screen loader, which is Netcode-Hub screen loader. It is coming from this namespace. So, and here we're going to set this. It takes in a parameter of which is Boolean expression, which is true or false. So we set this. So default, as soon as this page loads, it is set to false, meaning it's not going to load. But as soon as the button is clicked, show, it's going to show it. And at the end, close it. You see that? Amazing. And then the next thing that we're going to be doing here is to handle the message. So we're just going to create a modal which is going to handle the message over here. So down there, you can put it either on top or beneath. It's still going to work. Wherever they're going to put this, it's going to work. And we're also using this namespace of component.screen-loader. No, that's .modal. Now with this, we having this bind open that we need to provide it. You need a boolean, which is modal message open. So we have it over here. So default is set to false. When the page loads, this is going to be hidden. As soon as you set this to true, that is where it's going to be shown. So check this, then enforce the state, and this is going to work. Okay. So we have a border class that you can specify it on. We have a custom style that you can specify it in here. That is our content template. So you can specify all your content that you need in here. And you can see I'm using this div alert type of bootstrap, and I'm passing on the message, and I'm having a button as OK. If I click on this, I want this to be hidden, and I'm doing that here. Fantastic. Okay, so that is all that we need for this login. Now let's see from the edit form. Now with this edit form, I have it set nicely on top. And now with the edit form that we have, when you have a look with this, it is just lying in the div class of margin top of 5 of bootstrap, which is going to give at least space on top. And now set this, actually give some space on top, and then display this edit form. Now within that, we are having a model as login. And now when this button is clicked, if it is valid, you want to call this. We have already specified that in here. Now this is going to be our login. This is the instance of our model that we have created. Now with this, we're using that over here. And now we're going to be using this fluent card. So this fluent card, we need to also include the namespace nicely, and which is coming from the component fluent UI.asp.netcode.component. And then we are using this label, kindly login. We have our input text, which is a fluent text field. You can specify the weight of it, and then the type over here as email, the maximum length you can specify it, and on the label. So only one component, you can specify all that you need here. That's amazing. We're doing same for the text field, and this time around we're going for password. So we need email and password. When you check our UI, email, and password from our diagram, right? So we're doing same over here. And then we're going to have our fluent button to log in. And it's a type here, it's a submit type, which is going to get this method called when this button is clicked. And we are handling that here. Good, we're done with that. Okay, so that is for our login component now. Now let's go on to our register component. And let's take a break, and when we come, we're going to move on to our login or register component. All right, guys, so you're welcome back again. Now we are done with our create, that is a login user. We're done with the UI. Okay, and this time around, we're also going to look at the create account. So when you check the diagram, you can see that the create account contains 3 parameters. That is the name. We have the email and the password, but I just added confirm password to confirm it. Okay, so let's see how we can also handle that. In that, we have created the response and the request already from our shared component, the shared library. So we're going to the authentication folder, and within the admin, we're going to create our register or create user component. And actually this is going to be a page, not actually a component. This is going to be a page, so we can name it as register page. And now with that, within this register page, I think you know that we're going to be having the same variables that we created in the login. Example is the show loader, and also the modal message open, and also going to have a message since a service communication should return a response. You want to display this response to the user, and that is the reason why all the time we need to add this modal message open and add the variable over here so we can show and the response from the service to the user. Now within this, we're going to create our a method which will be called when the user provides values to the model, and now hit on register. This method is going to get fired in that we're showing the loader as we did in the login. You want to delay for 500 milliseconds, and then you want to create a response. So from here, we're going to communicate with our service response that we're going to create. That's a service authentication service. After that, we're going to handle that and pass on this register in it. After we pass on, it's going to return a response. Now, this response could be success or it could be unsuccessful. Now, we are checking if it is success, then navigate to show the loader, and that's all we want to move on here. That is when it is success, navigate to the landing page. The landing page gives the user access to login, right? So when you are done creating an account, then kindly log in. But in case you could not, the success is false, then kindly show the message over here and then change the state. Okay, so this is going to pop up the error from the service to the user. Like if it is a invalid credentials or whatever error it is, it's going to pop up and the user is going to see it and do the needful. Okay, now when OK is clicked, we did that, so we can go ahead and then grab this from the login component or the login page and now paste it down here. If I click on OK from the message modal, I want to change the state and then enforce it by using the state as change. Okay, that is all that we need to do for this registration. Now, what we're going to be doing is to create our edit form. Now, with our edit form, we first need the loader. And with this loader, I think we can just go ahead, grab it from the login component or login page and now paste it here. Here we're going to be using the loader, and there's the package, so we need to make reference and provide the parameter of it. We're also going to be having a message, so with this message we can copy the same thing and then add the message modal over here. Maybe this is one thing that you can do. All these parameters that we specified over here, or these variables, we can go ahead, create this in a component and then expose this outside, so you can just make a reference out of it. And in case there's a method that you want to click like this, you can use the @reference here, like @ref, create an instance of this, and then you can go ahead and get all public method that you're going to expose within that component. Okay, if you want to go just advanced of it to just make this reusable, that is what you can be doing than repeating this. But since it is not much, that's the reason why I just copy and paste it here nicely. Then we can move on with this, trying to make this simple so that everyone can understand and follow as well. Okay, so we have this, and the next thing that we're going to be doing is to create our edit form. So on our edit form, we're going to add it here. Now check it out from our edit form. We have this edit form created. This component which takes in a register model, and now when this button is clicked, which is the submit button is clicked, this is going to get executed when everything move on. That is when on valid submit. So that's we handling this submit here, and I believe you've seen the method name, and in that we're going to process this. Now within this, we're going to be using the Fluent card as we did in the login. So we need to add a component. We have a label which tells you that kindly create an account. Now from here, we have in this test field, because we need the name, we need email, we need password, right? And then we need confirmed password. So here within that model, we did not do it. So from here, I want to check this create user. No, there's a request, create user request, confirm password. I did not integrate Fluent validation because I think our requests are few, so I decided to skip it. But if you want to integrate Fluent validation, you can go ahead and add this. So since we need this, I think we can just use this compare attribute over here and then pass on the password. Okay, so we are comparing this, meaning this should match with both should match. So in our page, what we're doing over here is we are checking from here. If they do match, that is what this is going to do on valid submit. It's going to check whether all validations have passed. In case there's any error in it, it's going to display that. And once you have it, in order for you to see that, we need to include these data annotations in here. So maybe down the line, we can include this data annotation. And then we can pass on this validation summary. Now this message, let's specify for, and you are making a reference to this register dot name property. So we can be doing same in the rest. So let's grab these and paste it here, and there's going to be an email. We do same to the password, and then we can have a confirmed password. So if we did not do same with the login, I think we can go ahead and now do that. Okay, so you can add that validation rule to it. Okay, when button is clicked, we're going to submit it to the method specified here. And that is the same method that we have. Okay, so I think we are through with our create user account. This is quite simple that we doing over here. The next thing that we're doing is the login. So now that we have with the register page, we have our login. Let's go and handle the logout. I think logout, not login, logout. And now this should also come here with the same thing. That is, we're going to create a component in this. And out of this, we're going to name it as logout page because the page that is going to visit. Now with this logout page, what are we going to do here? We're not going to specify or display any UI. We're going to specify a method in this. That is one of the page life cycles, which is on initialize async. So as soon as this page loads up, you want to make sure we have our loader over here. We set loader to false, and then we need to specify the component itself. We also specify the parameter over here. Let's make sure we have the namespace included. Now, when the page loads up, and the first thing that we're going to be doing is to activate the loader. After that, we can delay for 1000 or 500 milliseconds. Actually, I like 500 for now, so that it doesn't wait too much. And in here, we're going to make this as an async, so we can have this await. Then after that, we're going to have this authentication state provider. We're going to create that state, and we're going to have a method known as set user logout. So this is going to clear the local storage, and as soon as that is done, we want to navigate back to the login. That is the landing page. So that's all that we're doing. You know, with using JWT token, we're going to store that. So when you clear that token, when the page refreshes and the state tries to access the local storage to get a token, it's not going to find that. And in case it is not able to find, then it's going to return a new instance of this state, and then the user is going to be kicked out. Okay, so you want to clear that from that, and then we want to navigate back to the login page. Okay, that is all that we need, but I think we need to specify the route. So here we say page, and then we're going to say logout. Now this logout, or the page rather, we need to specify from this, and also from this register page, it should be register. And then let's say the logout. No, that's the landing page, which is the login. When you go to a header component, you have that specified. Check it out. Here, there's a register icon, a register page. So we're going to register/register. Then login, we're going to login. So here we're just using this hashtag over there. And then from this handle login clicked, we actually want to navigate to this login. Or you can actually go there and specify the login straight from here. So let's say, I think we can just grab this. When you remove this and specify, default is going to send to the login. Okay, so this also well. If it is click to, we can also handle the same over here. So once you specify this, I think there's no need for us to use the unclick. unless you want to activate, you want to add a specific function or tags with it. So maybe we can comment this out and see how it's going to work. Okay. All right, so meaning this is no more important. Let's comment it. We're not going to remove it. Let's comment it. In case there's any issue, we can just come back and do it. All right, so we are done with our login, our register, and our logout component. That's our UI. We are done building them. So the next one that we're going to be doing is when you check our flow from the login, from the register, we're going to our dashboard. So we're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to look at how we can work with the dashboard. Hey guys, welcome back again. And within this, we're going to look at how we can create our customized dashboard. This dashboard is actually meant for only the admin, not the user, only the admin. So after successful authentication by creating an account and logging in, the admin needs to access a dashboard, which I'm going to have 3 buttons beside, and you're going to have the meeting details with the meeting ID and the passcode. So let's check the diagram that we created earlier on, so we can look at that and now build our UI for the dashboard. So you can see from the diagram here, we have in the home button, which takes in the meeting details. We have a shared meeting, which is going to be a pop-up with a Netcode-Hub model, which is going to pop up on the screen for the admin to create a meeting by specifying the meeting details. And aside from that, we're going to have a logout, whereby we have already created a component that we're going to navigate to when the user clicks on logout. And you know, when you check our code here, the logout falls within the admin folder because it's only admin who can log out. So you can see from here, with authentication, I have the logout page here. It is not for the user or the attendee. Okay. So the dashboard is going to come from here after authentication. Then we can go ahead and create our dashboard. So before we create the dashboard component, we need to add the layout, because you know that we have created this admin landing layout already, but we are not using this layout. Now this layout is going to be used by the login and now the register component or the pages. So from here, we want to set this as a default layout as soon as the page or the app loads for an admin. So from here, we can get access to it from app.razor. Now with app.razor, it is using main layout. So you want to change that to admin landing layout. So when we create a component or a page and we do not specify the layout, default is going to use this admin landing layout. Okay, so it means that when you check this authentication landing page, we haven't specified any layout here. Register, we haven't specified any layout here. So both of these are going to use a default layout. Take note. Okay, so now let's go ahead and build our dashboard. Again, when you check our dashboard, we're having our buttons here, which are navigations. We have our home, schedule meeting, and then we have a logout. So we need to actually have an app bar which will give us access to this. Okay, so let's do that. So with this nav bar, we can go ahead and use the same Fluent app bar. Now, when you check the header component, we use this app bar here, which is a Fluent app bar. So we specified our register and our login. we can copy the same thing and I'll change it to the tabs that we need, which is the home, shadow meeting, and I'll log out. So I have this already. We can go ahead and have it here. We need to have an icon, so we store that so we can use it in the Fluent app bar, wherever icon is necessary. We need to include the namespace from this, which is coming from this Microsoft Fluent UI ASP.NET Core component. And in that, we are specifying the orientation as vertical. So you want to have it in the vertical form. That is the height. You want to have a small icon as a class, and that we want to have this background as primary subtitle. In that, we have the first app bar, which is the home icon, because when you check here, we having our home, we need shadow meeting and our logout, and that's exactly what we're having. So 3 of them: home, schedule meeting, and then we have this logout. So in that, we need to create the method to return the icon specified here. And in that, I have this method created, which returns an icon by switching from field to regular. So as we did in the app bar, this is going to return a field icon and a regular. When this button is active or not, it's going to switch that. So we have this home icon. This is the meeting icon, that is to shadow meeting. Then we have this logout icon to log out. Okay, and then this icon for this, we do not need this because we have only 3, and this is enough. Now, when this button is clicked, we want to do something. When you check this navigating to the dashboard. We are specifying this href, but with this should be an on click, because here when you check this UI, we want to click on this. Now this is having a link, but with this shadow meeting, as soon as this is clicked, we want to pop up a modal. Now this modal gives us access to this title, start date, end date, and stuff. So instead of creating a page to navigate this, no, we do not want to create page. We rather want to use a modal for it. So in that, we need to create a state which is going to, as soon as this clicks, this current page can be notified and then pop up this. This is found in another page. Take note on that. Now with this, so when you check here, let me minimize this. We are having this button here, and when this button is clicked, let's say we are in the dashboard. So in the dashboard, when we click on this button here, we want to make sure we pop up this modal. Okay, and so that's what we need to do. So we specified our this here, that is our app bar item. So now that we have this, for us to achieve this well, I think we need to, this app bar that we have should not be in the dashboard page, right? So we need to move this to a component. So I think the best thing to do here is to cut this. Now within this, I think within here, we can create a folder for organization purpose. And let's say this is dashboard. And let's move this here. So all components related to dashboard is going to be here. And then let's create this app bar component here so we can reference it here. So that is an app bar component. And now with this app bar component, we paste it here. So you can see that the issue that I was talking about, we're having 2 components. Now this app bar, we're going to make reference of it with a layout. So in order for us to handle that, we first need to create the layout first, and then specify this app bar in the layout. So let's create our layout, and this is the third layout that we're going to, or second layout that we're going to create. We have an admin landing layout. Then we're going to have our dashboard layout. So this layout is specifically created for your dashboard. So in that, we're going to inherit from this layout component base, and in that, we're using this Fluent stack. Now with this stack, we are specifying this app bar that we created, and then we are going to add this body. So you can see this is a stack, and it's going to orient this horizontally, right? So you're going to have the first bar here, that's the app bar beside, and then the body here. Good. So now that we have this, we having these two components. Now in this app bar, that's where we have the button. When we click on this, you want to get this dashboard page notified and then pop up this dialog or the modal that we're going to reference here. So that's the reason why I said we need state to manage that. So in that, we're going to look at how we can work with that. Now within this app bar, we are having this scheduled meeting. Now with this scheduled meeting, what are we doing here? We're going to inject a state, and now after the injection, we are going to click a button that we're going to specify in there, which actually is going to be a method that we're going to create. So let's inject it. We can use @inject, or we can use this to inject it. We're going to create nav state. Now with this nav state that we're going to create, we are going to expose a method. Now with this method that we're going to expose, we're going to give it a name as click button. We're doing that so that we can notify the dashboard page as soon as this button is clicked. This dashboard page is going to subscribe to this nav state, and it's going to get notified and then set the show modal to true and now display the modal. So we're creating this state here, which is yet to be created, and then we're going to specify a public function known as click button. Okay, and that's what we are calling it over here. Now that we have this created, let's go and create this state. So within that, I think it is good that I create a folder here and I name it as states, because we're going to be creating authentication states too. So not only this, so that we can put all our states in. Now within that, let's go and create our class, which is the nav state. Now within this nav state, we are going to have a few, let's say just a class of nav state. Let's have a public property, which is a boolean, and we're going to say clicked. So if method is clicked, we want to say get is public, but set is going to be private, right? Because we can set it only within this method. We don't want to set this outside here. Then we want to set a default value to false. So when you call this, when the app loads, the value here is going to be false. Now let's have an action which a page can subscribe to it. Let's make it as nullable, and let's say this is button action. You can give it any name of your choice, but that is a button action. And in that, we want to expose a method that we called. So you see we are consuming this method here, so we are yet to expose this. So click button, we're saying that void, but this should be public. So public void, and then click button. And with this click button, as soon as I do that, this is what I want to do. I want to set this as click to true, and then I want to invoke this, making sure it's not before we invoke it, we're checking it. So we invoke that. Now, after we are done with this, we are going to register this in the program. So register that as scope. Then once we have this registered, we can go ahead and now inject it. So where we have this app bar, we have this nav state. So we can go ahead and now include the namespace here, and now we have this solved. Okay. Now how, when this button is clicked, it's being invoked, how do we subscribe to this button and now get a page notified to render the model that we're going to be issuing? Let's see from the dashboard, not the layout, rather the dashboard page that we have. We need to first implement iDisposable. This gives us access to the dispose method. Now with the dispose, since we have this, let's also inject our navigation state. So we can inject it here. And then from this, we're going to say that this navigation state has a method, an action known as this button. Now with this button, we're going to unsubscribe. And now this unsubscribe from state has changed. So when the page loads up, we want to go ahead and unsubscribe. So right here, instead of we just refreshing the page, we don't want to do that. We rather want to call a method instead of just refreshing the page. So maybe we're going to create a method known as shadow meeting button click. So we don't want to say button click. We want to say that shadow meeting. So this is going to be a method that we're going to create here. Now let's grab this, and on top here, we're going to say that void shadow meeting. Now, when this is clicked, we want to open the modal. Now, this modal is going to be a Netcode-Hub modal that we're going to create. Okay, so it means we're going to also create this method, which will come here, which also same void and then open modal. Now, with this open modal, maybe we can, let's try and fix this first. We're going to say that maybe it's meeting modal open, set this to true. So this is going to open the modal. That means we're going to create a Boolean property here. And now the default state is going to be false. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to inject, or we need to add our model over here. But since we are unsubscribing it from the page disposing, it means as soon as the page initializes, we need to subscribe it so that when the button is clicked, we can notify this. And let's use the initialize page cycle method to do it. So once you have this, you can just grab this from here. Then instead of minus, we're going to plus it. So we're going to subscribe to it. Okay. This should be an async. And then for message display, let's say modal message displaying sick, we need to create another variable which is going to handle the response in case user tries to create meeting and error happens or there's a response from the service. You want to display that to the user. Okay. And also we want to be having the recent status, because you know that here after the meeting has been executed, they want to change the state to a recent meeting. So in that, we're also going to be having another a message that we're going to pass on in case we call a service to get a recent meeting and it could not get any. We want to set this to default, maybe no recent meeting found, or maybe this and that, and then we can also pass it on. The same thing applies to if the user tries to get the current meeting being scheduled. We can also return in case there's none. We can specify the status from this meeting. And then, we need to authenticate the user. So definitely we're going to be having this cascading auth state. That is what we can use to check if user is authenticated or not. we need this authentication state, which is coming from this component.authorization. Okay, so once you have that, we cannot go without our show loader. We need its match. So we have our show loader over here, and then we're going to create an instance of our meeting model. What is this meeting model? That is what we're going to be using to create a meeting. Check here from our diagram. We having this meeting detailed. There's a detail over here. That's the title, start date, end date, and description. That's a detailed. And in that, these all must be specified from the user. Now the system is going to generate the ID and now the link and now the passcode. Okay, but with this, it is a model that is needed to provide in order to generate this. So we need to provide a model which is going to handle that. So let's go ahead and undo it. Now, when I was going through the Fluent documentation and looking at how we can get access to the date and time, I got one. And in that, we needed to create a model, a specific model to handle that. So I created this private model that we're going to be using. Let me put that here. I think this push should be at the bottom. So I have this, and actually this is a private one. So if I decide not to put a private, it's going to be private. So we have that, and we need to provide the title, the description, the start date, start time, end date, and end time. All these are having what? The date time property, but don't worry, we're going to have access to it. Just having a date time, I think the type, that's the correct one, the type. So we're going to extract the time from this. We're going to extract the date also from it. But this is what we need we need to use in order for us to have access to this Fluent time picker or the date picker. Okay, so with this, we have this meeting model created, and we need to create an instance of this meeting model so we can use that in our edit form. So here we're going to create an instance of this meeting model, which is meeting, and we're going to be using this meeting object in the edit form. Okay, good. So we are also going to call two services. The first service is going to return the meeting schedule, the current meeting. The second service is going to also return the recent meetings. So in here, we having the property as get meetings and the same get meetings, because with this get meeting, we can store it as meetings and also the recent meeting. Why am I saying that? When we get to this get meeting, we're going to introduce a property which is going to be a Boolean. So to check whether this meeting has been completed or not. If it's completed, it's going to be a recent. If it isn't, then it's going to be what? Meeting. So with the same T type, we can get access to the two states over here. Okay. Then we're going to be storing this host ID as well. Now this host ID is very important because that's what you're going to be using to check and also call start meeting. When you click on meeting, we must provide the meeting ID and then the host ID so that we can call an API to get token, which is from the Twilio. And now through the Twilio, that's where we can use to start the meeting, start our camera, and also start the audio. So you want to hold the host ID or the admin ID over here. Okay, so we're storing that here. So after we're doing that, when the page loads here, we're going to be checking if the user is authenticated, because admin cannot bump into this page while this person is not authenticated. So after we subscribe to this, the second thing to do here is to check whether this user is authenticated, or even we can go ahead and now check before we subscribe. Okay, that's the first thing to do. So check for authentication. I think we can put it here. So after it has been checked and it passes, it's going to skip this, because if you are not, we are negating it. So in case you're not authenticated, that's why we want to kick you out. But in case you're authenticated, then it's going to hop to the next one. And then you want to show the loader. So show loader here. Let's set this to true. So show loader. And we're going to delay for 500 milliseconds. And all these are happening between the initialize method. Why are we doing that? Because we're going to be getting the meeting and the recent meeting from the service. So whilst you're doing that, you want to delay and now show this on top, and now make sure we do what we're supposed to do. So from here, we are getting this host ID. We can get host ID from the claims because we're going to be adding the user ID. When you create the user from our API, you're going to be adding the user ID as a claim, okay, to the token that you're going to send to the user, this client. So as soon as the user is authenticated, definitely we're going to have a claim as an ID. So we can store this ID over here as a host ID, which has been specified globally here. And then we can get access to the claim types, which is whereby we need to use this system.security.claims namespace. And then we can extract the name identifier. We want to grab the value, not the key. So we grab the value here and now store it as string. Okay. So when it gets to this line, it means that here we have the user here, get user ID. And after that, we want to check in case this is null. Maybe there might be an issue whereby user is created and the host ID or ID is not part. In case this works and it is null, we want to return, but sure, it's not going to do that. Okay, but well, we want to make sure we instead to check and then do the needful when actually it happens. Then in case everything work here, we're going to get meetings. This meetings here is going to be the current meetings that are yet to be initiated. And then we're also going to get recent meetings. That's the meetings which have been completed. So we get two methods here. The reason why I am splitting this is I could have added the two servers in one method. But you know, when we add meeting, when we create meeting, we need to get meeting so we can have the current meeting or the just meeting added to the list so we can display to the user. Okay. But for the recent meeting, as soon as the page or the user loads the page once and we get it, we don't want to be calling the API again anytime that we add meeting, unless we complete a meeting or we close meeting before we can call this to update it. So in that, we do it, and we have already subscribed to the scheduled meeting already. And at the end of the day, we're going to show the loader as false. After we are done with this, just go and false the loader. So just going to get this loader hidden. Okay. So by then, we're going to have this method executed. This method is also going to be executed. Okay. Now let's see how we can work with the get meeting. So the first meeting, that is this get meeting over here. We need to create a method to handle that. Now I'm having a simple method which is going to assist us in getting meetings. So check it out. We need a meeting response. Now with this meeting response, we're going to store it as an object of meeting response. We're calling the meeting service. Now this service is going to get meeting. Now with this meeting, it takes in the host ID. Why am I doing that? Because you know that this app that we are creating, many users can just bump into it and schedule meeting to meet their people, their attendees, right? So if you want to get meeting by the host ID, so as soon as you connect to the app, you must provide your ID. That is a unique key that we can do it and return all the associated meetings with it, and I return to you, the user. Okay, so you need to provide this. This is very important. We're checking is going to return a response of success and also the data. In case it is success, we want to assign this meeting, which is going to come out with enumerable of this get meeting of data. I want to assign it over here. But in case it isn't, that is where the meeting status work. Because here, since we are using a custom response type, we can specify the data and also an extra message. And we want to extract the message and then pass it on, so that the display message is going to be dynamic. We can update it anytime that you want to do it. Okay, so we are specifying that over here. That's get meeting. Now, what of the get recent meeting? This is quite also simple. From the down here, we are doing something similar to this, and we are also calling the same meeting service. And now with this meeting service, what are we doing? We still pass on the host ID because it is the same our system may have a lot of recent meetings, but in order for you to query yours and get yours, you need to provide your host ID so we can get what it belongs to you. And in case it is successful, we are doing the same thing. In case it isn't, then with the recent meeting status, you want to pass on the message over here so we can display that to the user. Okay, so that is what we are doing for this recent and I get meeting. So we have solved this error from the initialize method. Now, after we're done with this, you know definitely that when we display message, because you're going to have a message to be displayed. When we display message, we are going to show or close it. So what we have created in the earlier on in the login and register, I just copied and now I'm going to paste it here. We're going to create a model message open. So we need to create a Boolean property to handle that. And the default one is false because when the page renders, we don't want to pop up that model whilst we have no message to be displayed. Okay, so we need to make sure we have that set to false. And then, you know, we're going to have our model popped up, whereby it's going to allow user to provide all the necessary information that we need in order to create meeting. When the button is clicked, what are we going to do? We're going to create a meeting request. Now, this meeting request is going to be in the shared library or the shared library that we have created over here, because this is going to be shared by the client and also the server. So let's go and do that. So now we are done with authentication here. We can go ahead and I'll add another folder and name it as meeting. Now with this meeting, we can go ahead and create our response and now the request as we did in the authentication. So in the earlier on, I explained the reason why we're creating requests and our response folders, or even the model. So I think you are through now. It's good. Okay, so let's go ahead and then we're going to first tackle on with our request. With our request, we need create meeting request. So let's first create that. Now this create meeting request, we want to store everything as string except the ID. You know, with the request, we are not going to provide an ID because this is just a DTO. And in here, user does not need to provide an ID for this. The system will do that automatically. So all that we need here is the host ID, the title, description, the start time only, and we have the end time, start date, and end date. So you can decide to modify these models that we have here. You decide to choose only time or only date. It's up to you. But while you want to have a date, a start date, you want to have an end date, you want to have a start time and an end time. So we have all these implemented nicely here. Okay, so that's our create meeting request. Now we're going to get our meeting. Now this get meeting, it is a request. Why is it a request? Because we're going to make a command to the, let's say the API, and I'll get it. So I think this should come from a request, a response. We can put it in the request or the response. But as soon as it is get, it should be a response, right? But we are passing on a parameter in it, which is the host ID. So maybe we can decide to put it in the request. So I'm going to say this is get meetings request. Now this get meetings request, it should be a record of with a parameter of host ID, because you need to provide a host ID to get necessary meetings that you want. And also we want to have this get recent meeting, the same thing with the host ID. So can just make a copy of this. Then I'm going to say that get recent meeting. Let me put this in a different type. Okay, so I have all these requests. Now within that, we can we're going to be having a clear meeting request. So clear meeting, this will be fired, or this will be sent as soon as the user closes the meeting. But I think with this, we're going to handle that in the advanced one. So for the basic flow, we want to limit ourselves to create and get meetings, and also the recent meetings. Okay. So now that we have this, we're going to work on one thing again, which is attach details to connection ID. Because when you check with this, let me put on a diagram. Check here. You know, when a user creates the meeting over here after it's created, and the user initializes the meeting, the user image is over here. For a user or attendee to join, it needs to provide display name and the auto ID generated, right? Now this should pass on here, and now before this user can be added to the chat or to the conference. When you check over here, before we generate or we talk to an external communication with the Twilio, we need this meeting ID and now name, right? And now this is what the API will send to the Twilio to request access token for this attendee to join the meeting. So within here, we want to attach the details to the connection ID, which is anybody who is connected to this service. We want to attach the person's connection ID and also the name to the system. We're going to map that, and by doing so, we need to add another record, which is going to be a request for that. So maybe let's grab this. Then let's make a duplicate of this. I can change this here. And then within that, we need a connection ID and the user ID. And also we need a string name. Now this name for an admin, we don't need to provide this. But for user, we need to provide name, because the user is going to provide name from here. User needs to provide a name, so we can catch the name here, get the ID, and I'll specify the meeting ID, and then we can make a request to that. Okay, so with this, let's also move this to its type. Okay, so that's what we need for our request. Now let's go and handle our response. Now from this response, we want to have create meeting response. Now this create meeting response is going to inherit the service response that we created. And since we are not specifying any T type, we can specify the type there as string, so that we can provide the requirement that this service needs. So service response, and then it takes in string over here, and that is all. So this should be a record. Okay, so that is what we need for this create meeting response. And here we also going to have access to get meeting. Now this get meeting, that is what get recent meeting and our get meeting itself is going to use. The other responses are going to use. So this is going to be a shared, and within this we want to have all these properties. It should be a public. So starting from the meeting ID, we have the passcode, the host ID, the title, description, start time, end time, start date, end date, and now the meeting link, so that the admin can copy this link and I'll send it to the attendee to join through this link. Okay, so once you have this, we can go ahead and create our get our meeting response. So this get meeting response, we need to go ahead and in the meeting, we're going to create class. Then we're going to say this is get meeting response. Now this get meeting response, it should be a record. So let me just clear this. And now with this record, this is going to inherit from this service response. Now this service response is taking in our enumerable of this get meeting that we just created as a type. That is all. So that is what this needs. Okay, from our end, we need to provide get meeting, which should be enumerable because you want to get meeting a list. So meeting host a meeting by the host ID, which is going to be a list. And also for this get recent meeting response, it's going to be the same thing, but just that the name differs. So we have get recent meeting response, and then we need to provide the host ID too, which is going to return a list of these. Okay. As soon as we also attach the user details to the connection ID, we also going to have a response. So in that we're going to create a response for each. That's attach details to connection ID response. Now this should also just be a record, and it should have a T type of string. Since we are not going to provide value to that, we want to make sure it is just string, or any T type like GUID or etc. You can specify that in there. Okay. Now, once you have this, we also need one response, which we're going to be using in order for us to communicate or join the video, which is the Twilio service response. Now, this is a custom response, but it's going to use our abstract response type that we created. So in here with this Twilio service response, we can also create another class of it. That is Twilio service response. Now this also takes in, it's a record, which takes in a string as a T type in that. Okay, so we are good with our service. Now you can see that all of these are inheriting from this abstract service response, right? Good. So all of these are inheriting from it. So this is a type that we're making sure all of these are inheriting from. Okay, so now that we are done with this in our next, we're going to take a break. In our next video, we're going to look at continuing the dashboard, and also with these services that and responses that we have created, how can we integrate them in the dashboard to make service call and also to get them. Welcome back again to the video. Now we have created our models, which is our requests and our responses for this meeting. And in this, we're going to look at how we can use these responses in our dashboard page so we can call, meeting, and do all stuff with it. So in our dashboard component that we created, that is the page itself, we are having this get meeting whereby we have now created the model for it, right? So we need to go and add a reference, the namespace from the shared library, and also we need to create a meeting service which is yet to be created, but for our get meeting response we do have it here, and then we can go ahead and check it out. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to be doing is, if I click on the edit form we're going to create, we're going to have on valid submit, we're going to call a submit meeting or to create meeting. Now if that works, if I click on that, let's say the user have or the admin has provided all the necessary information that the app needs in order to create the meeting. When that button is clicked, what is the next thing that's going to be done? And that is where we're going to talk about. Now from here, we're having this submit meeting. It's an event that we are creating. We're going to call that in an edit form. And now in here, you can see that we created a modal open. So there's a meeting modal specifically for the meeting. Now you want to make sure it is true. No, it is false, because here, as soon as I click on this, it means I've provided all the information that I need on that model. And as soon as I click on this, I want to hide that, meaning we're going to start the processing and I'm going to show load that to true. I wait for 500 milliseconds. We're going to have a create response, and now this create meeting response, it should come from the shared library. Let's see, maybe we made mistake in creating create meeting request. Okay, that's a create meeting request. And in our request, we have create meeting request. This is it, right? Create meeting request. So we need to make sure we have that reference here. Maybe we should add a reference. So here we are looking at the meeting responses, and we can look at the meeting request. Okay, and we should have this create meeting request. Here we have it over here. And now this create meeting request, I think is saying something. Okay, create meeting request. This should be public. So from this, we want to set a description, the title, and the host ID. The host ID, we get it as soon as the page initializes. So we're going to have it here. We're going to extract our date only, time only, and a start date only, and the start time only. We're using the type of date only and our time only to get the time and the date. And after that, in our meeting service, we're going to have a create meeting service to be called, and we pass on the model in here. Okay, now the response that you have, we're going to pass on to this model message, which is going to be a response. And then in case it is true, we want to clear the container, the meeting container, and also the instance that we created for this meeting model. We want to clear that. And then we want to get meeting again, because by then a new meeting has been added. So you want to call the API or the service so it can return a list included the new one that we just created. And after that, you want to show the loader, you want to hide it, and then we want to show this message open. So this is message model open, which is going to set to true. It means that here, in case this is true, you want to call this again, and then you want to show the message, maybe meeting created, okay? And then we want to notify the page to just force all this page to render and to display the model that we have created, okay? We can also add additional two methods to handle this. Maybe a cancel and a reset meeting form. So maybe when cancel is clicked on, then we have this meeting model open. You want to set this to false. That means hide that. Or in case I click on reset meeting, then the meeting instance that we have over here, that is what the form is going to use. We want to clear that to reset this meeting. Okay, now with this is meeting model open, you know that if I click on open model, that is over here, open model, where is it? Open model. I'm going to set this to true so I can show the model. And then the last part that we're going to do here is, when we have a list of meeting, which is the current meeting or meeting to be executed, user can choose a specific meeting and then start it, right? So when the user starts this, what are we going to do? We want to create another component, which is going to be a meeting component or meeting page. We're going to navigate to that page and then pass on the current meeting ID, the current meeting ID. And in that, we can go ahead and now start the meeting. So we need another component. But within that, we need to create a method which will be called as soon as a start meeting is clicked. So in that, down here, I can have that method displayed, which is going to be start meeting over here. So if I click on start meeting, I need to provide the meeting ID. And in that, I want to show the loader. Then I want to delay for 500 milliseconds. Then I want to navigate to this page. And here we're going to hold that as a parameter from this meeting component or meeting page. Okay, we pass on the meeting ID to that page. Okay. Once we're done with our code, that is where we're going to work with our UI. Okay, so all that we're going to be doing here is to include a service, and then that is all. So we're going to handle the UI here. So for the UI, we first need to include our loader and specify the parameter, which is showed loader. We have it already created, so we're going to include a namespace over here. And aside from that, we're going to have in our message model, and our message model going to be on top, which is going to display a message as soon as we click on show that. So it's message, it's model message open. We have it over here, and we should include the modal namespace here too, and that's going to be notification, passing a message, and then we have an OK. When this is clicked, you want to force or set this to false, and now state change that. Okay, now let's go and look at how we can work with the modal for this meeting, create meeting. So I'm going to also put this here. So you can see from here that I am having a duplicate of this Netcode-Hub modal 3 times, right? And so I can show each and every one. Okay, so that's a good thing about my package here. That's a Netcode-Hub modal. You can just copy and paste it 3 times, multiple times, assign a different variable to each, and you can still go ahead and show each of them. Okay, so here with what we have, we're going to be having not is open. We say that is meeting modal open, so we can know that this is about meeting. We are going to specify it here. And then when we look at the content template, we're having an edit form whereby we specify the object as meeting. We're going to be using this Fluent component, so let's make sure we include the namespace of Fluent test field. We specify the title over here from this meeting, and then we specified all these: the max line, the label, the text field as text, and also you want to have an autofocus through. Aside from that, we want to go ahead and set this. Let's see the reason why it is saying. Okay, so let's move on now. Okay, let's go on and we get there. So from here, we need to specify the date and time. And now we're using a div v stack, vertical stack. It's going to arrange this vertically. And that we're having a date and time, and then we having the start date. So this is the start. Specify the date. We're using Fluent date picker for the date, and then time picker for the time. And here we're having the end date. So once you're having this end, then we're having the date and now the time. So that's the Fluent picker for date and time. And then the next thing that we're going to be doing here is the Fluent text area, because we need to provide meeting description. We want to make sure the width is 100 pixels and we can resize it vertically. You want to set the placeholder, and also you want to create a space between the bottom of 2 using this Bootstrap class. Okay, then we're going to have this button. There's just a Bootstrap button that we're using, or the button element that we're using with the Bootstrap classes, btn, btn primary, and with the type here, it is submit. In here, we are using the Fluent icon. We want to add icon to the button. And in that, we need to specify the icon size and also the color of the icon. But with this, we need to include this. But when you do this, you're going to have an issue with that. So this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to say that using icon, then we're going to assign that here. And instead of this, we're going to remove this up to this so that we can use that here as an icon. Then with the, I think, let's see, we did that in the login and register pages. So we can go there and I'll make sure we're doing the right thing. You know, that is the issue with Fluent. UI components. Okay, so icons, we need to have this. And I think if you've done that, right? So there's this one. You have this icon, and that's what we have here. So that's the issue is now gone. So using icons, we assign these icons to it. Okay, and the next thing that we're going to be doing here is we have these buttons. We have of submit type, and that is a create meeting. We have our reset type, and our which type here is a button. If I click on this, you want to clear the object. Then we have a type here, that's a cancel meeting. If I click on that, I want to go ahead and I'll cancel the meeting, hide the form. And these are the icons that I am displaying or adding to each respectively. Okay, so that's our modal end for that. So that's what we need to do in order to have our the modal working. Okay, so all these, it is only this property which is driving this out. Is meeting modal open. When it's set to true, it's going to be shown. If it is false, it's going to be hidden. Good. So now that we have our modal to create meeting, we also need a place where we can display our current meeting and now the recent meeting. So with our current meeting, we can just have our meeting set up here. I have added label to indicate where the meeting starts and where it ends. Let's go through. Now with our current meeting that we have, we are having a div container with a column LG12 for a bootstrap class, and we want to create space between the bottom. And in that, we are doing all this. So we are using a Fluent card. And on this card, we are having a Fluent card as a class, which we're going to add to at the bottom. We're going to use a label, and then we're having this icon here. Now we're saying this is an upcoming meeting. Okay, that's for the label. Now we're checking if the meeting count is greater than 0, meaning we have meetings in it. If so, then go ahead and loop through it. So we can see we are looping through the meetings, and now with individual meeting, we want to add the title, we want to add the ID, the password, the date and time. So you can see from date and time, we are using a list where we specified the group item. And now within that, we are adding this little bit CSS class and also specifying the start date alongside with the start time, the end date alongside with the end time. Okay, so we are doing that in there. And then when you check here, we having a list with, and this the same thing, a line, whereby we specify our link. So this is the link, the meeting link, which will be generated automatically by the API, and then we can display that through this. We have our meeting description over here, and then we having the button which tells you that, hey, you can start meeting when you click on this button. Now, when you click on this button, we are calling a method and then pass on this meeting ID. That is what we created. Okay. But in case meeting is null, if here we're saying that if it's greater than 0, that is why we want to do this. But if in case it isn't, then we want to display meeting status, because this meeting status here is what we're going to set up from here, get meeting. Check it out. Now from get meeting, we want to set a meeting status. In case the success or the response here it is false, we want to set the message from the API and then display in the UI. Okay. So that is our current meeting. Now, when we go to our recent meeting, we can leave a space down here. And then also add a recent meeting in there. Now, the current meeting and now the recent meeting, all of this should be in a div container. But when you look at this, there is a current meeting. So current meeting is in the column LG12. And that is it. So we should have a container which is going to house all these at once. So I'm going to say that, hey, create a div container with this a class. So that is a style. I want to have a style of this. And then I want to close it with same two divs. Okay. So we having this style, and then we want to have the row of what? Margin of 3, and then we have a current meeting in here. Okay. So within the same row, we're going to be having a column, another column LG12, because a row takes in column 12. So we have this for the first row. Now for the second row, we can also put in our recent meeting in here. And our recent meeting is the same thing as the current meeting, just that here, instead of using this meeting, we are using this recent meeting, and that is all. And also, when you go ahead and check from this, you can see it is the same thing that we're doing over here, just that this does not have start meeting because this has already been executed. So we don't need to add a start meeting again. Okay, then we have the meeting description, and that is all. But in case this is null from the service, then we want to return recent meeting status. And we're also doing the same thing from here. So when you check this get recent meeting, in case it's null, we want to set the message from the message that we're going to set in the API. Okay, so by doing so, we can manage our dashboard well, and now have access to a meeting, a recent meeting, and also create meeting as well. And finally, we can have a button that we can start a specific meeting. But there is one thing left. Here we need to specify the layout. So we want to use this layout. And now this is dashboard layout. That is what we need to use. Now this dashboard layout, I think the reference has been added already. And with this, we want the user to be authenticated before he can access this. Okay, so we can use this attribute. Then we're going to say authorize. So if you are using rows or claims, you can actually specify a row here. But here, before you can access this, you must be authenticated. And as soon as you're authenticated, it means basically you are admin. Okay. So we do not need to include rows in here. But if you want to do it, you can just go ahead and add rows. And even if you're authenticated, you should have a specific row before you can access this. Okay. So now that we are good here, what is the next thing that we need to do is when you check our page, if the user tries to start meeting, we are navigating to a component known as meeting, and I'll pass on this meeting ID. We did that from here. So we're going to first work next on creating this meeting component, and I'm looking at how we can start a meeting with this. So we're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to handle that too. Hello guys, welcome back to the next video. So now that we have been able to create the dashboard for the admin, whereby admin can create meeting and also can view meetings and also the recent meetings, we are now going to work on the next component or the next page, which actually going to start the video. Okay, and then a user can join through the link. So in that, we're going to create another component, which will be called as maybe meeting page, meeting. You can actually rename it with, or give it a name which suits you. But well, I think giving it a name as meeting page is good. Okay, so let me just show the screen and see what we did previously, and then we can continue on with that. So from here, we have our dashboard, but in the last video, we forgot to add the route. So that is the dashboard. Okay. So let's go ahead, and we're going to have our meeting page within the same dashboard. Okay. So let's do that from here. Now, within our meeting page, we are going to specify some codes in here. The first thing that we're going to be doing is, with this meeting page, as soon as this page loads, we're going to initialize the browser, camera, and also the audio. We're going to create a div class in here. By default, when you specify this element here, they are going to be shown. And you want to put that on condition. So in that, we can use one of the properties in the Bootstrap, not the Bootstrap CSS class, that is the opacity. So let's extract that and set this opacity here as page. page opacity. So from here, we want to set this to 0, meaning it's not going to be shown. And we're going to make it shown by setting that to 1. So then we have this, oh, I wanted to write bold and I said bold. So show loader 2 is here, and we set that to false. We cannot go without having a loader. And we're going to have our message modal, so we can also display any message at all to the user. We set default to false over here. We're going to be having our message element, a variable which is going to hold the message itself and then pass it on to the modal, which of course is going to be a Netcode-Hub modal. Then from this, we're going to add a container because we're going to write a little bit a JS file with this. And we want to make sure we attach the video ID to this container. So we're creating a host container over here, and I'm restoring that as what? Container ID. Okay. Now that we have this, we're going to navigate to this page with a parameter. So when you check our dashboard, with this send to or go to this page, we are navigating to meeting page and then pass it on this meeting ID. So let's go and now specify that. So the route is meeting, and in here we're going to specify meeting ID. And we need to have a parameter to handle that. So we're saying this meeting ID is what you are expecting. It's a parameter, meaning before you come to this page, you must specify that. And, we're going to also check for authentication state. So we cannot go without our cascading parameter of this authentication state, which is coming from this component.authorization. So with this, when the person navigates this page, as soon as you have a parameter here, there's another event which is going to get fired after an initialize. And specifically, it was designed to handle that. So we can use onParameter set. In case this meeting ID is null, then you can navigate to the dashboard. Okay. Here we are talking about the admin perspective. So in case it isn't null, then we can go ahead and use this on initialize method. So we can go for override, then an initialize method, and that is where you want to work and pass in all our methods and our functions that we need to activate the video conference. Okay, so first of all, we're going to show the loader. So if everything is working, we want to show the loader, and then we want to get the user. So get the username from the auth state. Since we know the user is authenticated, we are getting it from here. But before this will work, or to skip any error here, we want to make sure we include this attribute so that we know that, hey, before user gets access to this page, this user is already authorized. Okay, so by then, when this gets working, we're going to have access to this user. We're going to have this auth state, and that is this auth state that we have in here. This should be an async, so we can get rid of that. You want to get the name of this current user because you're going to also pass in name as a claim type to the token. So by then we can extract the name over here and I'll set it as the name for this. Okay. So after we have this username retrieved here, there is a time for us to get the meeting token. Now this meeting token, as indicated in the diagram here, it is a communication between our API and now the external Twilio API server. Now we're going to provide the meeting ID and now the name, and now this is going to give us access to this access token with a specific room name included here, and that is what we're going to be using to communicate with the Twilio JS to start our camera and now the audio, and so join us to the meeting as well. Okay, so with this, let's see how we can work with that. We're going to be creating a Twilio meeting service. Now we created a service already from here. We have Twilio service response. So now with this response, we're going to make a call with that. When the page initializes and our user is authenticated, and now we have the username already, we're going to have access to this Twilio service. Now with this Twilio service, we're going to create a service here as Twilio. We're going to generate a meeting token. This token takes in the name and the meeting ID. The name is what we extracted from the claims, and the meeting ID is the parameter that we got when the page or when the user or the admin navigated to this page. Okay, Now, once you have that, we're going to check. The response will determine whether we are through or not. But if the response is success, then we want to forward it and then go and join. But in case it is false, you see we are negating that. Then we want to display the message if error occurred. We want to set this message to the response. Then the modal set it true, and then loader, should the loader set it to false to hide that. But in case it isn't, then we're going to start our Twilio meeting and set the opacity to 1. So let's go and start it from here. In case this is false, then we want to start it. When we set this through, we need to return so that we do not execute this. So you must have this return type. Okay, so this will just kill it and it will not trespass it to the next one. Now here, we're also going to create a Twilio service, as you can see from here. Now with this Twilio service, we are going to join meeting. Now this join meeting takes in a token, which is a token that we're going to get from this response token. So it's going to come from the data. And in here, we also going to have a room name. The room name is a meeting ID, which the admin has already created a meeting with. And at the container name here, it is an ID we're going to be using to attach the video to. So we have this container ID, which is the host video container. We're going to create a div and attach this container ID to it as an ID. And that is what it's going to need. So these are the 3 parameters that this method needs in order to work with it. Now, this is going to be a JS method, or we're going to be using this Twilio JS SDK. So within that, it needs these 3 parameters here to work to start the video. Okay, and then we want to show the loader set to false, and then finally the opacity to 1 so that it can be visible. The user can see himself and now hear himself as well. Talking about the admin. Okay, good. Now when there's a pop-up, let's say when the message pops up and the user clicks on OK, then we're going to hide that. So I think we can give a try of this. Instead of applying state has changed, we want to also set only modal to false, and that is all. So you can see that that is all that we need to do. But with this page that we have created as component, we did not specify a custom or a specific layout. So if you do not do this, then it's going to default use the default layout, which is the admin landing layout, which is not what we want. We want to be using this dashboard layout. So let's include that. So you make sure we include this dashboard layout so that it can work with it. So once you're done with this, we need to go up and create our div class, which will be used to handle the video. So here with the JS, going to require a div class, and now this div class should have the ID as a container that we specified. And let's have this closing. Okay, so we're having div with row and opacity setting to this variable that we created. So initially it's going to be 0, whereby all this is going to be hidden. Then the next one is after everything and the initialize method executed, we have everything set. User joined the meeting or the video started. That is why we want to set this to 1 so this can be seen. And then the container ID here, the JS is going to grab this and work with it. But you see from here, I'm having a card body, which is a bootstrap class, but I also have a video conference container. Why am I having this? Actually, I want to just set the edges of this. But the reason why I'm having this variable created here is I'm going to be using the same CSS file in the client's own. So it's better that with the same CSS, I put that in the app.razor and then use the class name here. So let's quickly go and check the app.razor, and I'll add a little CSS to handle this here. So from a www root folder, I could see from your CSS, there's an app.css. Down here, I am giving it as a custom CSS. And in that, I'm just having a display as flex. I want to wrap it. Then the gap between each video, because you're going to have the admin and I'm the user video, the attendee. So the gap should be 10 pixels. I want to center that. And the padding here, between where you have the video, from the div container to the video, I want to have at least 10 pixels between all edges. And then with the video element that's going to be created, I want to set the width to 400 pixels with the height at 300. And then I want to curve it small with the 10 pixels as border radius. And I want to fit it to be in the middle and contained between or inside the div element. Okay, so this we are calling it over here as a div video reference container. And within this container, there's an element of video which is going to be set by the Twilio.js. It's going to be added to it. And that's going to be the video. So we want to attach that. So we can also reference or format that video element. Okay, so this is going to be dynamically added. And we are attaching this to format those ones that are yet to be born. Okay, so we are done with our meeting here. The admin can go ahead, get the token from the service, and then start the meeting using the Twilio.js and switch on everything, camera, video, and all stuff. It's going to be active. Okay, so we are done with this. So we're going to break for a while, and the next one that we're going to talk about here is when we return is by handling the user join. So when a user tries to join a meeting, what are we supposed to do? We look at that. Hello guys, welcome back again. So now that we've seen that the admin component is working, talking about the dashboard and also the meeting, although we haven't tested it yet, but we can say that yeah, it's going to work. Now we're going to work with the attendee. Now attendee needs to, that's a user, needs to first have a link, that's a meeting link, and then based on that link, he needs to provide the username before this user can be connected to the meeting. Okay, now within that, after user is connected, with the name that the attendee is going to provide, a token needs to be generated from the Twilio API, and then based on that token, he can then connect with the video through this token. Okay, so in there, let's see how we can handle that. Let me just share the screen, and then there we're going to create a folder for the admin, and then we're going to create the various components in it to finish this. So in this, we go to the same pages. We have the admin, and here we're going to create admin or host. Then we can say right attendee or user. So anyone can be attendee, could be user. Then in that, we're going to create our component or a page where it's going to be join meeting page. So this is going to be used by only attendee. And now with this join meeting page, we first need to specify the route here. Now this page has join meeting. Now this join meeting, it takes in some parameters. One is the meeting ID. Another one here is going to be the passcode. Okay, so with this, we need to go out and this should inherit from a layout. Now with this, we need to create a layout for this user because user or attendee and admin should not have the same layout, different layout. So let's go to the layout from this and then create another component. Then we're going to say that this is going to be attendee layout. Now with the attendee layout, it's quite simple, slick layout that you want to create. We're just having that's the default one. When you go check our main layout, I just took off this and now maintain the same. So this is quite simple. That is it. So we're going to use that layout in the join meeting, which is the attendee page. So let's go and reference the layout here. So now that we are done with that, let's see how we can write the code for that. Now, when the code initializes, we first need to have parameters. Now, these parameters are going to hold the meeting ID and now the passcode, right? Now, we can go and check from onParameter set this lifecycle method to check if any of this is null, then we want to return something such that I'm unable to connect to the server, invalid credential. So we can say that invalid meeting, yes, credentials provided. You can go ahead and add more here. But well, I'm going to be having our message and also a message model as usual. These are the variables I'm going to create to hold on the message and now this component parameter. Now the next thing that we're going to be doing here is we're also going to have the loader also indicated to false, and then we're going to be having client container. So remember that in the admin page, we created admin container, right? So this is a container ID or container element ID. Anyone is okay. So we have this, and then when parameter sets, we checking that and I return. But in case they do have values, then what are we going to do? Then when page initializes, we can go ahead and start the meeting join. So let's get that lifecycle method of page initializes. Yes, async. And in here, I think let's close this before it gives us error. And in there, we want to first show this model. So is model open? Let's set that to true. Now, where from this model, that is the model always going to allow user or client to provide his name. Okay, so let's have this also created. Now we're going to be having this model set that to false default, and then when the page initializes, you want to set that to true, and after that we're going to connect to we're going to get access to our token. So within that you're going to be using the Twilio service that we created to provide the username and the meeting ID, because that is what it needs to get it. So we're going to generate the meeting token from here. So we call this Twilio service, and it's going to return a response. And now this response, we're going to provide the name. The name is going to be passed on here, so we can create a variable to handle that. Now this variable could be an attendee name. Let's have something like that. So we're going to have a string, and let's say username, or we can actually make it in a form of a model, right? Yes, I think that would be amazing. So we can create a profile here down. We want to pass it as edit form, so we can validate it, okay? Because user cannot join without providing a name. So we create this, and from we need to create an instance of this object. Let's say this is connected or connect profile. We can create it over here, connect profile. That means we're going to create an edit form with that. And in here, if I want to connect, I can pass on this connect profile.name, and this should be an async. And now the response going to come here is going to be a response with the token, the access token from this Twilio service. Now that if I have this token, maybe I can go on and just check if the token is null, but we know we can check if it's success, meaning it is not null. As soon as it's success, then it is not null. So we can just check it out from here. So here we're saying that, well, if the response that is coming in, it is not successful because we are negating it, then you want to set the response, because if it's not successful, definitely it's going to have an attached message. Then you want to set the message to this variable that we've created. You want to show the loader as false, and then you want to make sure the message modal is open. Okay, then it's modal open. You want to set this to false. So at the end, we want to see only one modal open for the message response, and then we're going to return. But in case there's a success, then what are we going to do? We can just connect to the Twilio meeting, and then we need to provide the necessary parameters that we need. So look at that. Now here for join this Twilio meeting with the token, we call this from the service, and the same join meeting that we join with the admin, we did the same thing. It needs a token over here. The room name is the meeting ID. Now the container ID here, we named it as container ID. Okay, so this the three parameters the same method needs as a JS method needs in order to attach this current user to the meeting. Okay, and then we need to also set the opacity, the same thing to true as we did for the admin. We show the loader as false, and then we set this opacity to 1, meaning that we need to create an opacity variable here, which is going to be integer, and set this to 0 for a default hidden state. Okay. Now, the next thing that we're going to be doing here is if I click on OK from the message pop-up, then you know what's going to happen, isn't it? I want to set this message to false so I can close that. Okay, so that is what we need to do in here. Now that we are done with this client, you know, we are going to create this service. That's a Twilio service because you can see that we have a lot of services that we need to create. From the meeting service, we have authentication service, and now we have the Twilio service. We have 3 services what we're going to be creating. Okay, so we're going to break on from here, and when we return, we're going to build that service and then run application to see how it's looking like. But well, I think before we do that, we need to make sure we add the CSS and the JS reference of the Fluent API that we installed. So from the index.html, we can go there and now add all the necessary references in there. So we need, the first one is we need the Twilio SDK. So for this SDK, we're going to have SDK here. So this is the SDK that we need. It's a link that we can reference it. Then we're going to also create our own custom JS, which will connect to the SDK. As you can see from the diagram, we're going to have this JS, which is going to connect with the SDK and then connect to the Twilio API. So we also going to create that over here as twilio-video.js. Okay. Then we need the package. That is my model. It takes in a small JS. So we need to also include that as Netcode-Hub content, Netcode-Hub packages, that component, that model, and model.js. And then we need to also make reference with the Fluent UI, CSS as well. So that is what we have over here. Content, Microsoft.Fluent UI, the rest Netcode component, CSS, and now we have the variable CSS. So this is what we also need to add it here. And I think that is all. That is all that we need to do in here to make this work. Good. So let's break, and when we return, we're going to work on with our 3 services: authentication service, our meeting service, and our Twilio service. Hello guys, welcome back again to the next video. Now in this, we're going to look at how we can create our meeting service, our authentication service, and the Twilio service. But before we hop into these 3 services, we're going to create our custom auth state provider, which is responsible for authenticating the user when the component changes or when the user navigates to a next component. It is the responsibility of this custom auth state to make sure this user is authenticated based on that specific component requirement. So let's go and create this service. So in our folder that we created for states, we're going to add this custom auth state provider too. So let's go and create a class as custom auth state provider. Now within this, we're going to inject our local storage. That is the iLocal storage from Netcode-Hub packages. And we're going to call it as local storage service. And also we're going to be using iConfiguration because you're going to pass some settings to the app settings in our www folder. So we're going to say this is config. Okay, now that we have this, we're going to create a user which is of type of claim principal. Now this claim principal takes in a claims identity. With this identity also takes in a list of claims and now the type, authentication type. As soon as you provide new, it means that user here is not authenticated. So that's the default user that you want to return. Okay. Now with this, this has a method, it's an abstract that we can override. So let's see. We should not even override because we need to inherit from this authentication state provider. And now with this authentication state provider, we are going to implement the abstract class that is get authentication state async. So in here, we want to get the token and we're going to specify the token as a key or a section in the app settings. So we want to get the key here. When we get the key, we want to go and check first. In case this key is null, then you want to return. This should be an async. In case it's null, you want to return this user. Remember that this user here is already null, right? So we can return it straightforward. In case it isn't, then we want to get the key from the token. So get token from the local storage. So we're going to say that we can store this as token. And now we can also check in case this token is null, then we want to return same. So we're doing that step by step so that we do not make any mistake. We do not, so that as soon as we could not get what we want, we return anonymous user. Okay, so we can say if this token is null, then we want to return the same thing. In case it isn't, what are we going to do? We want to set claim. So this user that we have over here, we're going to create a new instance from a method and now set the claim out of it, passing this token to this method. So it means this method needs to return a claim principal, which takes in a string of token, and that is what we have over here. Now we can say that in case the user comes and it is also null, because user here should not be null. It should have an instance of a claim principal with a claims identity which contains a claims and now the authentication type. In case it doesn't have any, then it's going to be null. In case it is null, then you know what we are doing. We're also going to return the same user of null. But in case it isn't, then we want to return authentication state. Now, instead of this user, we're going to be saying with the same user. Okay, so maybe this is what you're going to be doing. If this is null, we can get rid of this because at the end of the day, it's going to return the same user. If this is null, it's going to return null. In case it isn't, then this is going to return an instance with value, right? Good. So I think we can streamline that and remove that from this method. All right, then let's go to the next one, which is going to set authenticated user. But before that, when we check with the set claims, we can go ahead and now create our method first, which actually is going to be a private to get claims or to set claims. We have it over there, and this takes in a token. So with this token, we're going to get it from here. We're going to use this JWT security token handler from the system.identitymodule.token.jwt namespace. In that, you want to read the token and now read the claims and then return a new principal with the claims as you have over here. And then the type that we're going to specify is JWT auth. But in case this runs and there's an issue of this token, whether it is invalid, whatever it is, we're going to have a catch. And now when this happens, we're creating new instance of this principal with this new token, which will be assigned to this user and then pass it on here. Simple as that. Okay. Now we can make this as private, since make it private here. Great. Now the next thing I'm going to be doing is to set this user authenticated. So when we log in for the first time, you want to set this user authenticated. What are we doing here? We're passing the token from the service, and now we want to get a key from our app settings. In case it isn't null, then we want to save this. So that is a key. So instead of specifying it here, I think it's appropriate that you say that there is a key. Okay, so now grab this key and then pass the key here. When you do this, it becomes easy for you when you're running or when you're debugging it. And then we do want to split this because you're not having the refresh token attached. I'll cover that in the advanced. Then we want to specify the key here as set users claim. So this is going to return an instance of claim with the correct token provided. After we save it to local storage, then we return, in case this is null from this, we want to return that. Okay, but then we are checking it over here because in case this is null, there is no need for us to do this. Or maybe I think there is, because when the user is authenticated in the first place and I'm down the line, the user is no more authenticated and user becomes null, you need to notify the component state to change and to make sure user is no more authenticated. Okay, so that is what we're doing for this set user. Now the next thing is to set user logout. So if I click on logout, remember that we're creating a service to handle this. Now for this logout, we know the key already. We check if the key is null, meaning you cannot log out. But in case it isn't, then you want to delete it from the local storage. And after deleting it, what is the next thing that we're going to be doing? The user that we have, we want to override that. This user contains the claims principal. We want to update it with a new instance of null and then notify the state with the same instance of user, and then user authentication is no more. Okay, so that is what we need to do within this custom auth state. Okay, so now that we are good here, let's go up there and then work with our services, which is the auth service, meeting service, and then the Twilio service. So I'm going to create a folder and I'll name it as services within the client. So within this services folder, I'm going to first create my authentication service. And now in that, I'm going to say auth service. So let's add it. I'm going to extract it as an interface and implementation. So auth service. And now with this auth service, what are the methods that I need here? I need just login, create user account, and maybe refresh token will come later on. So for now, let's go ahead with our login and then I create user account. So user can now log in, and now you can see that it is returning a login response and I create user response. It's also taking in a parameter or a payload of login user request and I create user request. We did that, or we created all this within the shared library. So when you check here, we have all of them in the authentication. You can cross check again and check it out. Okay, now let's go and implement this. So with the implementation, we're going to have our public class. And now with this class, we're going to have this auth service, which is going to inherit from this auth service. Then let's implement the interface here. Now with this, we need to inject some services over here. One is HTTP extension. Now this extension is responsible to get us a token, a public token, not the public token, public HTTP client and our private HTTP client. Private HTTP client is any client which has authorization in the header. Public one does not have any authorization. So this interface is responsible of handling that. Aside from that, we're also going to be using this iLocal storage. That's the local storage. We're also going to be using this here. Okay. So now that we are good, we have all this. And I think one is left out. Let me make it in this way. And I need configuration. which is config. Okay, so we need these three we're going to inject all this here. Now if I click on create account or create user account, the first thing that I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to create a public client, because if a user wants to create an account, you don't need to be authenticated first before you create an account, isn't it? Yeah, so let's have a result set over here, and I will say that this is equal to an await. Then we have this HTTP extension. We're going to create a method known as get public client, and now this public client is going to be a client with no authorization header, and in that we can go out and I'll make this post as JSON async. Okay, and now with this we can go ahead and I'll specify our controller, which is auth, and our method that you want to call, and then pass on this user as payload. Okay, so that is what we need to make sure we have this call to our controller. Now we're going to return this service, so we're going to say that maybe you are saying we are asking, oh, why don't you check if the status is success or not? Now in our controller, we're going to make it in a way that in case it even is not successful, as soon as it gets connected with the controller, it's going to return a create user response. And within that, that's where you're going to set the state. Is it successful? That's where you have the Boolean expression. And in case we have even an extra message, you can pass on to the message. Okay. So with it, we can just use straight ahead, and I'll say that the results that we have we can extract the content here, and we can go for read from JSON async, and then we're going to pass in this create user response. Okay, so this is what we are doing. The next one that we're going to be doing is a login. Now login is quite same, so I'm going to grab what I have here and then paste it on. But in that, we're going to make sure we change the route. So here I'm going to say that this should be an async, and then we get the public client as well. Then we post as JSON, and in that we're going to get access to this controller, and now there's the route, the endpoint, and we're going to return a read from this login user response. So that's what we're going to read, and I'll return it. Okay, so by doing this, we have been able to create our auth service nicely. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to be doing here is we want to fix this issue before we move on. We need to create this extension. So let's see. Now for now, with our refresh token and this, we are not going to be using them here, so maybe we can skip that for now. Then let's go and have our extension. Now with this extension, we can also create a folder, and I'll name it as maybe extensions. So in the services, let's have our folder and call it as extensions, because it is not only this HTTP client. We can also create even local storage extension to set and now get using the package or the Netcode-Hub local storage package as well. In there, let's go and create this as an interface. Now with this, we're going to make it as an interface, then HTTP extension. Now with this extension, we're going to return two instances. The first instance is the HTTP client, which returns a public client. The second instance is a task, because you're going to await that. And now we're going to create and return the same HTTP client, which returns get private client. Let's go and implement it down here. So we're going to say that's a public of class, then which is going to inherit from this interface. Let's implement it. Then we have this. Now in here, since we have already installed our Microsoft extensions.http package, we can go ahead and inject this HTTP client factory. After that, we can also inject our iLocal storage. So this is where we need it most. Local storage service. And then we can go ahead and now get our I configuration, which is going to be a config. So by having all these, we are good. We can move on with it. Now with this get public, we first want to return a create client. So this is going to be a method that we're going to create here as a private method. It's going to return a client, and now we are saying create client. Now when you call this create client, it's going to create a client here. Now specify the client name. This client name is going to come from the section, the app settings that we're going to create. We're going to create a section known as an HTTP client, and I'm going to create a key as what? The name, and I'm going to specify value over there. So we want to grab the value from here, okay? And then we return it as this. So this is going to return the client of this, because create client is going to return HTTP what client. Great. So once you have that, if I click on public, get public client, I can just directly refer this or return this method straightforward. I can return it. And if I go for get private client, it means first of all, I need to create a client of this by calling this method. After creating this client, I need to get a token from the local storage. So I need to get the key. So I'm going to say this is a string of key. Then I'm going to say is config. And now with this config, the section is token, and now the key is key. Okay. And once I have this, I can even check if this is not null. Okay, so we can say that if key is null, then maybe we can return this public. So if key is null, then you can return this client, because you have already created a client here. So if key is null, you can return this client. Let's make sure it's an await, it's in task. Okay, but in case key it isn't null, then we want to add the key to the header and then return the client. So pass it on. So we're going to say that if key is not equal to null, then we want to add this header. So maybe this is what we can do. If key is not equal to null, then we want to add this. But first, we need to get, okay, so we have the key, right? But we haven't gotten the token yet. Oh, okay. So we need to get a token from the local storage. And in that, there's going to be after we have the key. So we can say that if key is null, return client. If key is not null, then get the token. And I'll pass in the key. So once you have this, we're going to make sure key is, okay, so if key is equal to null, that's what we're doing. Okay, then from here, we get a token. So we can also check if token is equal to null, then maybe if token is not found, then we want to return the same client. But in case token is found, then we're going to check this, add the token here, and I return. So here I can say that if token is not equal to null, then go and do this. Okay, and at the end, go and return the client. So even if token is null, it's going to return client. But in case it isn't null, that's just going to execute this and then return client. So as soon as I get this private client, I'm going to have an HTTP client with authorization header added, and I can make a protected call. Okay. So let's go back to our auth service, and here we can include the namespace directly here. And the post as JSON is coming from system.net.http, so we can also reference that. Good. So we are done with our auth service, and when you go to the import.razor, we can go and inject it here. So we can say that inject iAuth service, Then we say auth service. So with this control period, we can include this. And now when we check this register page and all the pages which need this auth service, that issue will be solved. So quickly check it from the admin, authentication, landing page, and now check it out. This auth where the auth service is now solved, right? So left with authentication or auth state provider. We're going to tackle that soon, don't worry. So now we have this auth service created. We're also going to work with our meeting service and then the Twilio service, okay? So with the meeting service, we're going to also create same in the services folder. So an interface, and I'll be saying that this is iMeeting. Let's add a service to it. iMeeting service. Now this meeting service, we're going to have create meeting, get recent meeting, and then we can even attach details to connection ID. We can work with that, or we can maybe this. Okay, for now, let's have these three methods here for the basic flow. So with this, we having our create meeting response, get meeting response, and now get recent meeting response. Create meeting, get meeting, and now get recent meetings. Okay, all of these are passing in with a create meeting as a request. It takes in a payload of the meeting, create meeting request. With a get meeting, takes in a host ID as well as get recent meeting. Now let's go and implement this service. Now with this, we're going to be using the same HTTP service that we have created over here. And in that, with this get meeting or create meeting, we are also going to create meeting. And we can just go ahead and grab what we created or what we did in the service, and I'll bring it here. Okay, so this should be an await. Let's make this method async. And then we need to use system.net.http. We're going to create a controller known as what meeting and our endpoint known as create. We pass in this meeting model, and I'm going to read a response over here as create or create meeting response. So we can just directly return this, and I get rid of this one. Now with this get meeting, we're going to be doing the same thing. We can also read or get it by making this method at async. We need to get a private, because you know that before user can create, you must be authenticated. So for all the meeting services, we're going to be using a private HTTP client. Okay, so let's make this as async. And then from here, we're going to create extension, get a private, and now get async controller and now the host ID. So if I pass in, there's a controller meeting, and if I pass in the host ID, it's going to get me the list of meeting from here as the meeting response. Okay, so this meeting response takes in a list of get meeting. So this is going to be a list, and I'm going to return that here. The same thing applies to if I click on get recent meeting, it's going to do same. So let's see. Now with get recent meeting, we're going to be doing same here by making sure this method is async, and then we're going to return this by the host ID. Okay, so we are also done with our service here. Let's go and work with our Twilio service. Now this service will be responsible for generating the token and also connecting to the JavaScript SDK for the Twilio so that our video and our audio can start. So within that, we also going to create a new item, and now we're going to say this is iTwilio service. It should be an interface, and in that we having the first method in it, which is join meeting. So first going to join meeting, but I'm sure this should not be the first one. We first need to generate a token before we join meeting. Okay, so generate token from here, and then we join meeting. So for meeting token generation, we need a username and the meeting ID. For joining meeting, we need a token, the room name, and the container ID. Okay, let's implement this method. Now with this, we need to include, or we need to inject RJS runtime. So let's inject it. That's a JS runtime because we're going to be making a call to JS method. And then we need this HTTP extension, since you're also going to be making an API call. Okay, we need this too. Now for our join meeting, what are we going to do? We're going to specify that nicely here. So with the join meeting, we can even use this lambda to join the meeting nicely. Okay, so when you check here, I want to move this so you can see it well. New line. Okay, still. Okay, so when you check here, this should be an async. Now within this async, we are going to be calling this window.twilio-video.connect to room. So this is a name that I created. Okay, you can just customize any of them. But when you get there, I'll show you where to customize it from. Now it takes in 3 parameters, the token over here, the room name, and now the container ID. Okay, now this is what we need to join from this. So before you call this JS function, you must provide these parameters. And also let's look at how you can make an API call to get a token. We also need to use this interface extension that we created or we injected, and then we can make a call to that. So when you check here, this should be an async. Within this async, we want to get a public because this should be a public endpoint. So you provide in your username and the meeting ID, and then it's going to return a Twilio service response, which takes in the data as a T model, and also the Boolean expression as a success state, and also the message for any external response that you want to attach to it. Okay, and then we move on with that. Okay, so that is all that we need to do for this Twilio service, both the interface and the implementation. Now that we're good with that, we're going to register all the services that we have created and even the extra services that we need from the Fluent, from the Netcode-Hub, from the ones that we have created ourselves, everything in the program.cs file. So go to your Blazor and your clients here. From your program.cs file, we're first going to be adding this Fluent API component, which is very crucial for this. If you don't add this, you're going to have an issue with that. So please do add it. Do not forget. The next thing that we're going to talk about here is we need to also add my local storage service. So I have that here. Make sure you do add it, else you're going to have an issue. Trust me. Then we're going to be adding we need to create a client name from this. Now this client name that we're going to create, we are going to get it from the configuration. In case this is now from the page start, we want to return this. This is a client name. And now with the client name, we are going to register this HTTP client, and then we're going to take in the client name. So we're going to register that, and I'm passing this client name. So there's a client name. We have that here. We can close it. And now bear in mind that we are also going to create a server-based address, and we're passing on the server-based address from the app settings in here, so that anytime that you want to change it, you want to change the server, maybe you've deployed it and want to specify the server address, you do not do it here. You can do it straight forward in the app settings, okay, making it a great option for you and I. Okay, and then we want to set the base address on API and then /, so we can just skip this and now pass on a controller name / our endpoint or the method route. Okay. After we're done with this, we need to register the 3 services that we created. And they are, one is what? The auth service. Second one is a meeting service. And now the last one here, it is a, okay, we need to add a Twilio service, isn't it? So let's go and add that. So that's the Twilio service. Okay, good. So now that we're done, we also created an extension that we need to add. So we have only one extension and we have registered that. We also created our custom auth state. So we need to register that and now create an instance of it. So you register this custom auth state here as a scope. And then in there, we need to add it. So let's register for authentication state provider. And then we create service. We get this service here as a custom auth state provider. Okay. Now we need to add authorization core. This is very important for the authorization component. Then we also need to add this cascading authentication state provider, not the provider, state itself. Now, when you add this, you do not need to add cascading component around your app.razor. Okay, all that you do here is specify the authorized route, and that is all. Okay, so that is what we need. We have already registered our nav state over here, so we can go ahead and get rid of this. Okay, then we have this registered. Okay, so that is all we need to do here to make our client work well. Right, so let's see, let's save it well. And let's go to our app settings. So we can find that from your www root folder. We are having this app settings, but in case you do not have yours, unless you create a new one. So I'm not having mine here. So I'm going to right click on this, then add new item. And here I can just go for app settings. So that is this one, app settings.json. Click on add, and this will be added here. So we have a default stuff created. And in that, we're going to modify that and add our own. So first, we are going to add our server. Now, of this server, we need the base address of this server. So let's go to our server and then check from the properties folder, line settings, and here it's running on 7170. Can grab that, come back and replace it. We also need a client. So we're going to create a client for this. And the name is an API client. Then lastly, we need a token section to handle a GWT token. So if you want to change the key, there's no way that you need to tackle that in the application. Tackle it here and it will get reflected everywhere. Okay, so we have this created nicely. We saved that. Okay, so let's go and rebuild this project. And let's see, we're going to rebuild the client. So we're having an issue here. It is saying that the auth provider not found, meeting JS not found. Oh, I get it, meeting service. Because when you check, we only injected the iAuth service. Do you remember? So from our import.razor, we forgot to do that. So in here, we can also inject iMeeting service. Then we say this is meeting service. Then we're going to also inject theme Twilio service. Okay, now that we're done, we're going to inject our custom auth state provider, which will give us access to the method that we have in our custom auth state. We need to do that. Then we also need to register iConfiguration here, so we can use it everywhere in a component when the need arises. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to check our error list. I think these are things that we need to fix. Now, going there to rebuild it again will get rid of these issues because we have solved them. Okay, so it is saying that hosted provider does not. Okay, this one exists. Okay, but the next one is meeting button click does not exist. Okay, so it should be shadow meeting, and I believe you made that change, right? So let's see from here. Okay, now let's check it from the error list again, and then we're going to rebuild solution. Okay, so I think this is done. But I want to check here, we have some issues that we need to fix. I want to check our join meeting. It seems we created the code, but we did not add the UI. Yes, we forgot that. So we need to go and update the join meeting UI. And now with this join meeting UI, we are going to just replace same as what we did in the admin. Okay, now from this, it should be container ID, not the element ID. Okay, now with this, we are going to have maybe an input, but there's going to be a modal. So with this modal, we did not have it. Let's go and specify our loader. So this is going to be the loader. Now show loader here, we need to include the namespace of this, and then we need our message modal. We have the variables already created at message. Let's remove this for now. We have our message modal and we have the it created here. And then we have when OK is clicked, we know what is happening. Then we need to have our modal again. Now this modal is going to be a pop-up modal, which is from this is modal open. This is going to give the user access to provide the name. So you can see from this, we are using this Fluent edit form. With this Fluent edit form, we are specifying few things here. Check it out. The first thing that we're doing here is we specify the content template in the Netcode-Hub model. Then we say join meeting. That's the header here. And now within this card body, we are using this edit form. And now when the user clicks on this, we are saying connect to meeting. And we are issuing data annotation validator. So it validates this because already you know that from here we have added this required attribute. So it is going to enforce that rule. And then we are using this fluent field or test field. The width is what we have specified. And now we're saying that, hey, provide your name. We specify the value. We bind it to this connect profile.name. And now when the button is clicked, it's a submit type that is join meeting. Okay, so with this, that is where we're going to join the meeting. So when the user clicks on, when the page initializes, we want to set this modal to true. That is the only thing that we're going to be doing. Now here to generate meeting token and unjoin meeting, we're going to set that in this method. So we can grab this from here. And then there's going to be a method known as async task. Which is connect to meeting. Now with this connect to meeting, that is what this is going to be fired on when this is clicked. Now when you check this, this should, okay, this can be void. Okay, now from here, I'll override void on initialize. Okay. Now, when the button is clicked, we want to first generate the token. So we want to generate the token from here, and then we want to join the meeting, right? So that is what we are doing here. I think this is going to solve the problem. Okay, so now that we are done, we're going to rebuild the solution again, and now check the next suggestions that is going to provide. So we're having two more here. That is a meeting page.show loader is not. Okay, so we have it here, and we're using that. Let's check the next one. Okay, we have this, and we're using it here. Okay. All right. So we have all created, done nicely. So now that we're done with all the stuff in our client, we can run this and check this out. So let's see. So you can see that from here, we are logged in, and we have the login over here. Then this is, we have like provide the email address and password, right? Then we have login. This is our footer that we created, and that is our header with the label that we specified, right? Now here we do not have anything. So if I click on login, let's see what's going to happen. We are not validating this model, right? We did not create validation for this login over here. But let's go and check from here. If I right click on this, go to inspect element, then check from this, we have an issue. It could not connect to the service, right? So I want to check here. So maybe a simple thing, simple validation that we can add is, let's go and check this landing page. Now, when this is clicked, we are calling this over here fluent. We are not adding any validation. So let's put it on top. And then let's add the message here. So now that we're good, we can go to the request, which is for authentication request, login request. And in here, we can add this required attribute. Now, when you run this again, let's check it out. And also, when this is running, I think you need to go to the header component, and then what we commented, you need to get rid of it, because I think you might have some issue with it if you leave it. So get rid of that, like this one. Yeah, so we can get rid of this one. Let's wait, run it again. All right, so now that is ready, click on login, and I can see we have these issues. Provide that. Now with this, even if I provide something in here, let's see what's going to happen. And now click on login. Let's see. Now from this, we're going to have, I think, fetch issue. Yes, it could not make any API call, proper API call with it. So let's see from this. So you can see our Twilio script is not also found because we haven't created it yet. And we are yet to create that. And let's see. So if I check from here, we have the preview, the response when we are getting this. Because our if service or a server is not actually is not available. So this is our payload. Okay, so that means when we click on this, that actually there's a service in place. Good. Now here I think I have some token. So let me just grab one. I believe this token is expired. But let's go to there's the application. And now from the local storage, let's have token, paste this here, and then let's refresh this page. When we refresh this page, we're going to navigate to the dashboard because we assume the user is authenticated, and now we have a token. So let's see. Okay, so I think my page is frozen. I don't know whether I provided bad token or not. Okay, so it is saying that cannot read property or null. All right, so continue on. Let's check from here. Okay, so from this, once you have the token, we're going to make an API call, I think from the dashboard to get recent and current meetings, right? Let's put out the header is going to have authorization, meaning the extension that we created is working. From the dashboard, we are here, and I'll check it out. Yes, so you can see they have authorization. This has been added, but there's no response. Okay, so one reason or one way of skipping this is you can validate or you can read a token. You can validate it. The server address that you have, you can also validate and make sure the token is valid before you send it. But well, if I provide this token to this, well, it has opened. But if I make any API call, that is where the problem will erupt from. Okay, so let's assume this is we have upcoming meeting. Then we have a recent meeting is null. So, and I think we need to this need to work. As soon as I click on schedule meeting, we should have a pop-up that is a modal to get the current meeting and the recent meeting. So in order for this to show or to pop up, I think we need to navigate to the dashboard, and then I think we can include state as change. I think this will make it work. Now let's save it. Let's check it out from here, and I can see it's working. So when you click on that, state has already changed, but you need to add this so it can refresh the page and get this done. And if I click on cancel, the same thing is happening. So we need to also include state as change. So there's an OP modal. Close, then cancel should be around somewhere. So we have schedule over here. Open modal, get meeting, get recent, cancel. So the same thing. It should have state has changed, and now I think that's fine. Okay, so this will make it work. Okay, so now that we have this, you can see we're having an issue here, and this is what we're going to be doing now in all our services that we have created. Talking about the authentication service, we can integrate try-catch block to handle all issues and then return null. Okay, so check it out from here. For my auth service, we know that here we're going to run this. Since our server does not exist, there's going to be an issue. So in case there's an issue, we can catch this here and then return new response of this. Now with this new response, we need to specify this create user credential. So with this new create user, and then we can specify, I think data is null. So maybe it's success is what we need. That is false. Then message, maybe, so error connecting to server, something like this. Okay, so you can return that. You see? So that's going to be the catch. And let's close this. So that's to create account. Now we can drag same thing around. So for login, we can do same. And instead of this response, we're going to say here, it has the same thing. With this new login user response, I think it takes in token as well. So this token, we're saying this is null. Then we can have this specified. Okay. Then let's say the next one I can grab again. Let's go to the other services and make sure the UI is resilient so that in case even there's error in making an API call, it still stays put. Let's see. Okay. Now this should be a create. This should return a create meeting response, which should be same as this. Now with this, you will get meeting response. And now here, data is already null, so we can maintain that. And then we go in and do same here. Okay, so now that we have this created, we have all this created with try catch block. Let's go and run it again and check this out. Okay, so we have it over here, and now there's no issue when it runs. And if I click on schedule meeting, I have this popped up. Click on cancel, schedule meeting, create this, and let's see from this. So we're having this exception over here. That's a nullable object must have a value. We can see we need to validate it. So we can apply this validation attribute on top. So we can skip handling that. Okay. All right. So this is working. That's active. Now we're going to look at our Twilio service. So we're going to create a JS service. Now this service should be responsible for joining the user to the meeting and also communicating with the Twilio SDK and then owning our camera and stuff. Okay, so let's see how we're going to work on that. So let's go and create this JS. I think we have the www folder. We can add another folder here and name it as JS. Now within this folder, we can go ahead and create our Twilio. So we check for our JavaScript file. So Twilio video then we can have .js, and actually it should be the same name as what we have here, Twilio video.js, and which should be the same. Okay, so now that we have this, we're going to have access to our, let's say, our local track. Now, if I talk about tracks here, based on Twilio, track comprises of your audio and your video. So for a specific user, you may have 2 or more tracks, your audio and your video. They are all tracks. We might focus mainly in the video track. So here we want to create a method which is going to connect the user. So with this, we're going to have a method down here. Now with this method, we're going to say connect to room, which takes in a parameter of the token, room name, and our container ID. And I believe you and I created this already, so you know what I'm talking about. Okay, now we want to make sure as soon as we create it, you call this, you want to make sure your video, your tracks are on. So this our track that we want to create our local tracks. This is our audio, so turn on your audio on your computer, and also turn on your video. So this is going to turn it, and we're going to store that globally here. Now the next thing that we're going to be doing here is we want to go in there and now set this track to an active room. So we're going to create an active room over here as a global variable. And now your track that we have, we're going to add it to this room. This is going to be an array or a list. So with this, we're going to say that, hey, this active room is equal to await Twilio video.connect. We have the token already. There's a token here. And then we want to specify the name, that is a room name, and then your track, which is the local track, which is your audio and our video. So these are the payload that this connect or this method needs, this Twilio method needs in order to connect you to the room. Okay, now that we are done, as soon as we want you to attach, or you want to attach the remote, now you are connected, so you're going to be added to the room, right? Now, what of the next person? Let's say you are the admin, so you're connected to the room. If attendee joins, or if any user joins, we want to attach that person also to the room. So this is going to work for the admin and also for the user. So in that, we're saying that attach remote participant, so we can have access to another method over here, active room.participant.for each. So we want to attach them, and in that we're creating a separate class to handle that. And we specify the participant and also the container ID. We're making the container ID dynamic so that admin can use the same JS, and also a user, which is attendee, can also use the same JS. Now, when you connect, anybody who connects, you want to listen for new participants and also attach them. So if I connect, I want to wait for the next person who connects. I must see it in my computer, on my computer, right? So we're going to be listening for that and attach it. So this is an event listener participant connected. So we do that, and as soon as you connect, we want to log this and also call this attach participant track, which contains the participant here, now the container ID as well. Now, what of if a user disconnect? We can also listen to that and I know that, hey, this guy is disconnected. So we can also look out for this event, participant disconnected, and now we want to log that. And then you want to detach it from the track. Okay. Then, what of in case you disconnect? You yourself, when you disconnect, we can also fire this event, and this event also disconnects you. So as soon as you disconnect, you must see this in the console. Hey, you've left, and you're going to detach all tracks, meaning your tracks, your personal track that you have in there, which is your audio and your video, is going to remove it, and then you'll be off. Okay. Now the function to attach a participant is what you're going to look at for. So let's create this function to attach a participant. Now all these are happening in the connect to room. Now after that, we have in this method attach participant to track, which takes in these parameters, participant and a container ID. we're going to loop through that, and I'll add that to the DOM. The DOM is going to be the element that we created, the ID. So we specify the track over here, and then because we're using for each, it's going to attach all with the ID as well. Okay, then we're going to subscribe. So in that, we're going to add it to the DOM. That is an element that we're going to create. And now when you unsubscribe, you're going to remove it as well. Okay, then finally, when you leave, you want to detach everything from here. So we can detach it as a function, and then we are going to loop through that and remove everything. And then finally, the function to add this track to the DOM so that you can see yourself in the video is this. So from here, we add track to the DOM, we pass in the track and then the container ID. So if you are admin, passing the track, which is your video, and also the container ID, which is the host video container that we created. And then we want to get that element by ID. So we want to get that div element. And then in case we do have that, we want to attach it, right? Then we append it as a child to that element. And then we want to log this to the console so you can see. So with this method, you can add yourself. People can also add themselves, and you and others can see each other. It's quite simple. Okay, so that is the final thing that we need to do with our client, which is the Blazor WebAssembly. Okay, great. So we have it specified also here, Twilio video.js nicely. And now when we run this, we must see this in the JS file. So let's run it and check whether this will be found in there. Now I'm going to right click on this, go to inspect, and in here, check for this application. And from your frames, check for your JavaScript and see Twilio video. Yes, you have it. So this is active. Great. We can close this. Now it is the time for us to tackle the back end, which is the API. Okay. So with this, we need to first create an account with Twilio. Now, when you create an account with Twilio, that is when you're going to have access to app ID, the account ID, API keys, and a whole lot of keys. These keys are very crucial for us to connect. Now, if you are thinking of, for Twilio, you need to make a payment. But if you're a developer, they give you some credit that you can use for your testing. And that is what I've been using since I started this project, okay? So don't worry, you can also use the same thing, but in production, you then need to make a payment, and then you can use their service in your project. Okay, so let's go and hop into it. And then in the next video, we're going to break it down. In the next video, we're going to access the portal, create an account. Actually, we're going to log in there because I have an account created already. And for creating an account, it's quite simple. I'll show you the steps. Create your credentials, grab your keys, and now you're good to go. Hello friends, welcome back again to the next video. Now as I speak, we are done creating our client section. Now we're going to build our backend, which is an API or a server. We're going to first start with our controller. We are implementing architecture pattern of vertical slice layer. And now with the design pattern, we are integrating CQRS. So in our controller, we can start working with that. Now when you want to work with the architectural pattern of a vertical slice layer, all your code are organized in features. So in yours, let's say in this, we're going to be having a create user account, login user. These are the features. And normally we're supposed to have each feature should have its own endpoint. But well, I like using controller, so I like to summon all the endpoints in one controller or more. So let's say if it's authentication, I want to have authentication controller. If it is a meeting, I want to have meeting controller. And if it is any external service, I want to have a controller for that. You can actually create an endpoint for each feature. You can do that within the features with vertical slice layer. And you can also do what I'm talking about. So let's go with my option now. Maybe later down the line, I'll show you how you can also add a specific endpoint to a specific feature when implementing this vertical slice layer. All right, so let me show my screen. So we can start with the controllers. You know that here we are having, I think, 3 controllers here, which is going to be the meeting. We're going to have the authentication, and I think we're going to have the Twilio API. There's a controller where it's going to give us access to generate a token for this. So let's go ahead and then create our authentication controller. So we have one here already. So maybe we can rename this to authentication, and I'm going to say auth controller. Now with this auth controller, I want to rename this, and I want to make sure this API, because you know that in our service we having an API in there, so we need to make sure we have that. Okay, now I'm going to remove all this here, and then the first endpoint that we're going to create in here is to create. Now with this create endpoint, it's going to return an action result of this. So we are specifying the results type of create user response. This is coming from the shared library that we created as a response from authentication, and it's taking a payload of create user request. Now when this comes in, we're going to create this, and in here we need to inject this iSender. This iSender here, it is coming from iSender, which is sender, which is coming from the CQRS or the mediator. Now we haven't installed that package yet. Okay, so we're going to install that soon. And aside from that, when we send it, we're going to specify our command. We're going to create our command to and pass on this user model as a parameter to that. And here we're going to return a response, because with this response, we can have a state of its success. You want to make sure if it is true, then return okay with the response. In case it isn't, then do the bad request with the same response. Okay, now from the login, we need to also have same or similar with the login. We have a custom type of login response. We take in a payload of login user request, and here we cast the response, or we store the response here, and then we can check the response and return as we're doing in line 16. Okay, we are also going to create a command to handle that. That is all that we need for authentication. Okay, so down the line, we're going to install the packages also. Now let's check the meeting controller. So we need to also create another controller, which is going to be for meeting. So let's do that. So with the meeting controller, you know, we are also going to specify or inject the same thing here. That is the iSender. And in that here, user needs to be authorized. So from here, with this create meeting, before you can create meeting, you know, in our client, we are generating private clients, right? So the same thing applies to this. We're going to send it and now create meeting command. We're going to create a command to handle that. And then if you want to return the response here, is here we return the custom response of create meeting response. We did that in the shared library for the meeting folder. Okay, the next thing is to get meeting. So get meeting by the host ID. And in there, we can also go ahead and create an endpoint to handle that, which takes an ID over here. And now when this is called, we want to send a query. Now this is get meetings query, which takes in a new with this host ID. We're going to specify that also. Okay, now once you have that, we're also going to look at for get recent meeting. Now with get recent meeting, it also should be an authorized route, so we need to specify that here. So when you look at this, all of these are authorized, so we can just put authorized attribute here once and for all, and then get rid of all these, which is going to work same. But let's maintain it here like this. Now we want to get recent meeting with the host ID. We're doing same, and we're going to call a query with the host ID, and you want to return the response. So this is what we need for our meeting controller to work. Okay. Now, the next thing that we're going to look at here is a Twilio controller. This Twilio controller is going to return a token to the user. Okay, so let's handle that as well. We're going to create another controller. And that is a Twilio controller. So we need to have it here. Now with this, it's going to take in a service. We're going to create a service which is going to be a Twilio service. Now this service will be responsible for generating the token. So in that, we need to have a method which is going to generate the token. And now this method should actually be anonymous method. Anyone can have access to it. Now you can see from here that we are taking identity, which is the user ID or the username. Let's say there's a username. And then we're going to have the meeting ID. And now with this, we take them as parameters. And we're going to pass on here to this generate service. So this generate meeting token, going to take in this username and then the password. And it's going to return a Twilio service response. And then we're going to check if it is accessed, do return with OK with a response, else then bad request with the same response. Okay, so that is what we need to do over here. Only a single method, an endpoint is needed here to generate the token. Okay, so now that we have this, we are going to create our features. Now these features you're going to have actually for authentication feature and also the meeting feature. Okay, so let's see. Now within the server, we're going to create a folder here. And now with this folder, we're going to create it as, name it as features. Now with these features, we're having two things here. First is authentication. And so let's have authentication for grouping purpose. Then we're going to have meetings as well. So we can also add another one as meeting. Now for authentication, we are going to look at how we can create user account. So for authentication, we're going to have a feature here as create user account. Now with this create user account, what do we need? We need to have our command. Then we're going to have our handler. So let me have my command here. Then I can have my handler too. Now once I have this, I do not need to create a request because the request has been created and they are in the shared library. So I can go straight to that library and now reference it here and I'll move on with that. Okay, so with this command, we need to create a command. Let's right click on the command and I'll create a class which is going to be create user command. With this create user command, it's going to take in a create user request, which is going to be a record type, and then it takes in a user create user request, and which takes in I request, and the response type is a create user response. So it is taking in this and it is coming out with this. Okay, so this is what we need to provide. Now when we install this mediator, we're going to get rid of this, so this issue will be gone. But this is how we're going to create our command. Now with our handler, we're going to also create a handler which is going to be a create user handler. So in a handler, let's go and create a handler in it. Now with this create user handler, it's going to take in, that is going to be a user manager. Now we're going to install that too, so don't worry. With this user manager, we're going to create an instance of this app user. We're going to create an instance of this identity user as app user. Then we can say this is user manager. And this should also return or inherit from iRequest handler. Now this iRequest handler, we pass in the create user command, and then we are going to return a create user response. So create user response, we have it here. Okay, so with this, we need to implement the interface here. But since we haven't installed the package, we are going to have some issue with that because this cannot implement this well. Okay, so let's install this package from here. Later down the line, we're going to install the necessary or the rest of the packages which are needful in this. Now let's go and install this to user manager. We can install identity, ASP.NET Core identity. So we need to also install this. So it is not this one. I think we should not install this. Let's get these packages, all the packages installed, so we can skip having all these issues. Now from our server, we check from our dependencies. So let's first get this. Okay, so we have this package. So let's right click on dependencies, go to manage NuGet packages, and then let's install the mediator. Aside from that, we need authentication, the generated bearer. Let's get this package installed. Then we need to install anti-framework call, identity.anti-framework call. Aside from that, we need EF call. Now for database, I decided to use SQLite, but well, you can use SQL Server. And then for migration purpose, let's add the tools. Now let's add identity model.token so we can generate tokens. Now let's add scalar so we can read our endpoints. And aside from that, we're going to be adding Twilio so we can, but that's the library, the third library that we need. So let's add this here. Yeah, so this, I think instead of installing it here, we install that in the client. We're going to remove it, or we should remove it from there because we don't need it there. We need it here. Okay, so these are the packages that we need. Now we can go back to our handler, and now with our user manager, let's see what we can get from. Okay, so use, we're still having this. Let's go and check. So these are the packages that we have. Okay. So now when we come back here, we can go ahead and use extension identity core, use the local version. And then with this, we can, so I request handler, we should get it from this local version. And then let's implement the interface here. Okay, so now we have this done. So first, what we're going to be doing here is you want to check if this is null. So from here, the request that we have, we're going to check in case it is null. In case it isn't, they're going to create a new app user. So that means we need to create this app user. And in order for us to do that, we need to check our, let's create a model. So from our server, we can just create folder here. And then models. Now with this model, we can go ahead and add a class where it's going to be app user. This app user is going to inherit from identity user. And now we're going to provide an extra property that we need because identity user does not have a user name. So that's the name, not the user name. It has username, but not user, not the name. So we want to add this to identity user. Okay. So once you have that, we go back to the command or the handler, and we can make reference of this. So that is the server.models. We go to the handler, and then okay, so look at, I think there's an issue here in demo video app.client. Okay, so that client, and then that features. Does that mean we have the features here, right? Oh, okay, so the features are here, and that's wrong. The features should be in the server. Yes. And then we should remove this from here. Oh, okay. That's the reason why we're having some issues. So that means from here, we need to remove mediator from this package. And also, I think that is so. Now, on the server, we have that installed. Okay, so we have the mediator over here, and we have the others. Okay, I think that is the right thing to do. So let's close this. And now, from the features that we have, authentication, then we have a command, create user command. It should be server, then features.command. Then we have the handler, should be the same thing. And then we can make reference to the models here, and also with the command as well. Okay, so we have this created. Now the next thing that we're going to do here, after we are creating a new instance of this, is we're going to create this user. So we're going to check if user already exists. We want to skip duplications, so let's make this as async. Then we want to create the user and then return a response. So create user and then return a response. Okay, so by doing so, we are done with creating a user account. Okay, now that we're done with this, we're going to talk about another feature, which is going to be login user. So from authentication, we're also going to create another folder, and just going to be login. Now with this login user, we're going to have in our command. Then we're going to have in our handler. So let's go and create our login command. So login user command. Now this command is going to take in a payload of login user request, and it's going to return a login response. Login user response. We did this. We've created this in the shared library ago, so we have that. Now let's go and write or create the handler, login user handler. So put that in the handler folder. And now with this, we're going to also be injecting user manager with app user. And I call it user manager. We also going to be adding appdb context. We haven't created that, but we create that soon. Appdb context. And then we also be going to be adding a token generator. So we're also going to generate token for that. And after that, we're going to have access to the iRequest. That is what we're going to inherit. So using mediator, we have a login command already created. So with this, we can use the command over here, and we can also use the response. Once we have this, we're going to implement the interface, and I already have this here. So that means we need to create our DB context, and in that we are going to create our infrastructure folder. Let's create our data folder in it, and then we can go ahead and add our appdb context class. Now within our appdb context class, it's going to inherit from identitydb context, and then we specify our appdb app user module that we created. Okay, and that we can create an option of this. So control period, we put it on here, and then you want to specify that with options. So we have this. Okay, and then we are going to add our meeting. Since you're going to be creating a meeting table, we have a meeting created. That means we need to create a meeting class. Okay, so we are not done. We're going to create that soon. So once we have our appdb context created, we can go ahead with the login handler and then do it here. And then also we need to generate token. So we need to generate or create this as a helper class to help us create a token. So let's go and add folder to this, and that's going to be a helper. So within this, we can go ahead and check if Moodle is null. So we do that with this line. In case it is null, you want to throw an exception for that. In case it isn't, then you want to find user by email, and I'll check if user is there or not. So this should be an async. Then we're checking it over here. So we want to find by email. And in case it isn't, we want to return this login response. Okay. So within here, we need to pass in null for the JWT token. And also the next thing that we're going to be doing after we are checking, we want to check for the password. So we do that, and still if the passwords do not match, we want to return same. But in case they do match, then what are we going to do? We want to get a claims whereby you specify the name, the ID, the name, and the email. And then we're going to have two private methods. Now, this method is going to generate a token. Now, this method generates a token and pass on what? That is the claims that we have. Now, with this, this method is coming from the helper that we created, token generator. So this is going to give us the token over here. And now we can check if this token is null, then what can we do? We can still return something. But with this, it's not be null. So after using this, we want to return this token to the user. So we can say that, hey, go in there and I return this. And I'll pass on this token to this. So we are going to have the token, then we're going to have the success, which is going to be true. And then we're going to have maybe login made successfully, something like that in here. Okay, so now that we are good with our login, we're going to try to build this project and I'll test only this login. Okay, so let's check our controller to see whether we have all set. So with this create user command control period, we can use the namespace for this and also for that. Now let's see from this, we're going to rebuild solution, and after this works, we're going to apply migration. It seems you're having an issue here with this iSender, with the namespace Twilio, and I think okay, so we need to get this from here. And aside from that, let's check the errors and fix them. Okay, let's check the next one. iSender control period, we need to use mediator. And also create meeting command. We are not done with that. So unless we are done with our meeting command, then with this, what we're going to be doing, we can just go ahead and now comment, or when we are done with create meeting, we'll come back and do that and comment it. Okay, let's see the next one. Twilio service. We haven't created a Twilio service yet. So that's the reason why we haven't such errors. Now, don't worry, you're going to comment it. After we are done, we come back and do same. Yes, meeting, comment that too. Okay, let's go and build solution. All right, so that is done. Let's go and set the server, and then let's go and add migration. We make sure we choose the server as a default project. So we're going to pass on add migration. Now with this migration, give it a name, then output we can specify we have an infrastructure folder, and in that we have data folder. Open it and I'll add migrations, create migrations folder, and I'll put all the migration files in it. Okay, so we have an issue here. So we haven't registered AppDB context. So we have to quickly do that. Now let's go and create our connection string in the app settings. So maybe we grab this, we go to our app settings over here, and then let's have our connection string. That is a video conference db.db. That is all we need. Aside from that, we need to register that. So from your program.cs file, let's register database setup from here. So we have this registered. Aside from that, we're going to also be registering identity. So we have also this registered, and then we're going to be registering authentication, which is going to be a JWT. Okay, so in that, let's have our JWT setup, and in that we specify all the default schemes and the challenge schemes, and in that we need to add this. So once you're here, we're going to add JWT bearer, which takes in the options, so with these options, we are going to specify these as the options. Remember that here we want to validate issuer audience, sign-in key, lifetime, and then we're going to set the clock queue to 0. We want to validate the issuer, so we want to get the issuer from this section, and then we want to set expire time, and then we want to get our key from here. So all these we need to specify that in the appsetting.json section. Okay, good. Now that we are good with that, we can add this authorization service, and then maybe we can decide to add cost. So let's add cost to this also, so that later down the line we do not forget it. We create cost here, and now with this cost, you see we are adding a policy. We're going to give it a name, and then we want to specify our client base address. So we want to get it from the configuration to, then allow credentials, so we can pass token to the header. Once we're done with this, we are going to add the middleware pipeline. So let's add scalar. We map the scalar. We also add cost. And then let's use authentication and authorization too. We have them here, so we can use this. Okay, I think we have all these registered nicely. The next thing that we're going to be doing is, let's check from the app settings. We need to specify our JWT section. So from this app settings here, let's have a JWT section with our key, and the issuer should be 7071. I think so. We can confirm it from our properties, launch settings, and here 707170. Okay. All right, so we are good. Now we can rebuild project. And let's go and add migration again after this successfully done. So let's grab this. And then let's update the database. Okay, that is done. Let's go and run the server only and check this out. Okay, so we have an issue here saying that the client base address should not be null. We need to specify that. So client base address, we go to the app settings here, and then let's go and check for our base address. So from the client, properties, line settings, and which is 7116, let's update that. Now let's rerun that. It seems our app is ready, but we are not seeing that. Let's check from our solution, and then from the service, from the server, line settings in here. Let's check it. From HTTPS, launch browser, set this to true, and then let's have our launch URL, which is going to be a scalar, and then v1. Let's try this and see. So we have that here. We're going to create account and I'll log in. Let's test with the create. So we specify the email address, which is an admin. And let's add password. So here, if I click on send, we have an issue. That is, we have not registered a mediator. So we can keep this. Let's go to our code and do that. Let's hop into our program.cs file. So in here, we can go ahead and put that down here. So we're going to say build.services.add mediator event. We want to configure from this program this file assembly. Now, aside from that, we have created some services. So we need to actually, that is a helper, iToken generator, which we need to register that. So we have this also registered. Okay, so this is what we have for now, and I think we are good. Let's rerun this again. All right, so you can see that from here we are good. You have new user created. Now we can grab same email and password. Let's hop into the login and see whether we're going to have access to our token. So we have the token over here with this response type. Okay, great. So this is working. Now let's see, we're going to run this. We're going to run our Blazor as well, and then try to log in, make an API call with that, and see whether we're going to log in or not. So let's configure startup project, click on multiple, and in here we want to start. That is the server, start the server. Client, you want to start the client. Let's save it, and then let's go and hit on start. So we're going to log in and see, but first of all, let's make sure we have our network tab open. Then we have admin already created. So we're going to check and see. So we are connected to the API, but let's see. From this, we have our no content. The response is none. Let's see. So 7170 API and now the auth and login. Let's check the endpoint actually and see. So here it is 7170 API auth and login, username and password. Okay, so this is correct. Now from the preview, let's check from this the payload. Okay, yeah, so we have it. Now there is a response. We have a token over here, and then we having this issue. So when that is from the dashboard 252, let's check it. Dashboard page, go to 252. So this is null over here. Okay, let's see whether we have this set in the local storage. So we have this set in local storage, right? So that is this one. Now we having this. So let's put a breakpoint here when the page initializes, and then we're going to relog in and see what it's talking about. So we have it hit. Then, so user authenticated from here. And let's see if we can have access to the claims. So there's a result from this. Okay, user is false. Okay, so I think this should supposed to execute line 245 is user is not authenticated, but it has trespassed and it has gotten to this place. Because when you check this user, let's see from this state. So it has a result. User authenticated. That is set to false. Okay, so that is false here. And it should not move to the next one. So maybe we can get the user. Whilst this is running again, we need to add authorize to this app.razor. Okay. All right, so we have this, and I think let's rerun this again. So in the create meeting request, in order for us not to send an empty model, we can use this built-in required attribute on top. Since we are not having much requests, that's the reason why we are not implementing validation from using the Fluent validation. But well, we want to do this. You can, if you want to do that, you can go ahead and create a custom validation using the Fluent package and attach to this. And also, once you have this attribute added on top of each property, we need to go to the component and include this by data annotation component as well. So let's hop into the dashboard page, and within our model component that we created, which has the meeting model, we need to include the validation here. So on top, we include data annotation, and now for each we can include this validation message. So we can grab this one, and here we're going to look up for date picker. So with this date picker, we can just have same, and this is going to be for start date. And then we're going to have same for end date. So that is the start time. Let's go to the next one. And then let's have a look with the description. So if you want to make sure you specify value in the description, that is where you can enforce this. Else you can make this optional. And I think that is it. So now when you run this, let's say we're going to run only the UI. And let's check this out. Yeah, I believe there's an issue here. This annotation should come here in the edit form. So that is the right place to put this. Yeah, you can see that from here we have our dashboard. Since we are logged in, we are straight to our dashboard, and then we are having error connecting to server. This is a response from the service that we created. Okay, now in here, if I click on schedule meeting, I'm going to have all these. If I click on create, that is where I should get these annotations, but I'm not getting that. Should have these error messages, but you can see from here I'm not getting that. So let's go and check it again from our create meeting request. That is what we have. Okay, we have this meeting model, and we need to have this required attribute also specified on top of this, so we can make sure that the form is going to use that. So now we can rerun this again and check it out again. So if I click on schedule meeting and now click on this, you can see we have all these validations that I need to provide. Yes, and it will not allow me to pass it on if the object is null. All right, so that is what. Now if I go to the inspect, go to the application here. Now within local storage, if I decide to clear the token from this and then refresh this page, it's going to navigate me to the login because I am kicked out. I don't have the token, so I go to the login and I cannot come back to the dashboard. Let's wait and see. So here I'm having not authorized and I am not kicked. So maybe I can just go to the dashboard and I'll check in case I'm not authorized, then send you the login. Okay. But let's see from here, if I go to the home page, and then I'm going to try to log in. And after logging in, let's see whether it's going to navigate us to the dashboard. All right, so I have error connecting to the server, and you can see this does not affect the application. The server is not active, and it did not affect this one, right? So that is the way to handle the UI. Okay, so let's go and run the server here. So the server is active. Now let's go and inspect this. Click on this, and now let's execute this. So we are having this login called make, and there's going to be a response, and there's a response here. Login made successfully. We have a token, but here we still have an authorized. Now when we refresh this, let's see whether we are still unauthorized. We still have a token here. So you can see that with this, we are logged in, meaning that as soon as we log in, we need to refresh the page or load to this, and I will refresh the page. Now let's check from the landing page. So from the solution, you go to our landing page here, and from this handle login, as soon as we set this user authentication state with the token, we want to navigate to the dashboard, and then let's set this refresh the page to true. So this is going to refresh the page, and now this is going to get the current user authenticated. The same thing applies to when the user clicks on log out, and also navigate to login. We want to set this to true so we can reload the page, and then user will be kicked out. Now with this, I think we are good. We can reload this once more, and I'll test this before we move on. So we're going to log out. And as soon as we log out, you can see we are kicked out, and we're going to drop at the login page. And our API is also already active. So when we logged out, we're going to log in again, and I'll see whether we're going to navigate to the dashboard. Now log in. And now, yes, of course, we can see that we are navigated to the dashboard. Okay. So our authentication is working, and we can now authorize the user when he logs in. That's great. But here a server is open, but we can still not connect. Can still not get access to the server. Why? Let's go and put a breakpoint in the service, and now let's check it. So we right click on this, go to inspect, and then in here, let's reload. Okay, so we are hit. Then we're going to make a call here. Now let's see. So from this response, let's see the result that we have in here, 404, minutes not found. Okay, so we want to return this. So not found, and we are getting this. Okay, so that's the reason why we having that. Okay, so let's check. from our controller, which is a meeting controller. So when you go to your service, note that is a server, and here check the meeting controller from this. You can see that we commented all the endpoints, so that's the reason why we have this 404. This 404 here is not coming from our service. So let's uncomment them. Then we're going to be creating our command. Let's also go to the Twilio controller, and then let's uncomment this. Okay. So now we are done with this. We're going to handle the meeting, and here we're going to have a feature of create meeting. Now with this, we need to create command and handler. So let's go and create our command. Now with this create meeting command, we're going to specify it, as you can see, a create meeting request, and then it's going to be a record which is going to inherit from this I request. Now the response type is a create meeting response. We've created that already. Now let's go and create our handler to handle this. Now within our handler, we're going to be using appdb context. Start from that, we can also use the I configuration. And then this is going to inherit from I request handler, which takes in a command and then our response. We need to implement this. And then with the implementation that we have here, we're first going to generate our meeting ID. So with this meeting ID, we're going to check, let's say, let's write a method which will assist us in generating meeting ID. I'm going to convert a new GUID and then to byte array, and I'm going to replace / a plus sign and equal sign in case it does have any. I'm going to remove that here. Okay, then I'm going to also generate the link for this. I want to have another private method to generate the link. So from here, I take in the meeting ID and the passcode. I get the base address, and now /join meeting, pass in the meeting ID as parameter and also the passcode as parameter. Then I'm going to generate the meeting passcode from here. I have a simple method to generate the meeting passcode. So there's going to be a private. Then it's a string which is going to generate passcode. And now with this, there's going to be the string of characters that I want to use for. So that's an ABCD up to 0 to 9, right? These are the characters, and I'm going to use this random number generator to create this a byte of 4, and then I'm going to loop through that to get unique passcode all the time. I want to convert it into date so I can get new value all the time, and in that I want to just return it in this format. So by doing so, I can get a passcode. Now this passcode is going to look something similar to this. Okay, so like this. Okay, so now that I have all this implemented, we are going to handle that. Let's check if meeting is null. So we can throw this exception if null, or we can also use if meeting is null, then do return a meeting response here. Now this response, this should be an async, and then we want to return this. We want to check if the date, there's just a simple check that I am doing. I want to make sure that the meeting that you are creating, right? The meeting that you're creating, the date, the start date, and now the end date. Maybe the start date is greater or equal to today, and now the end date is not lesser than the start date. So that's the checks that I am doing here to just confirm. So maybe I can put this next line so you can see it well. Then I'm going to return new of this. In case there's any issue with it, I'm going to return an instance of this create meeting response. In case everything is in order, then I'm going to generate this meeting ID, call this ID, and that is all. And I'm going to create, we're going to create a meeting in Twilio. So we're going to call this Twilio service. Then the service that you're going to create, you're going to have a method of create room. And now we're going to create room with that, with this meeting ID as our room name. And then this is going to return success or a response. Now we can check from this in case this response is also well, then that is in case it is true. But here you can see we are negating this, so we are checking if this is false, then we want to return this response. But in case it isn't, then we're going to populate this meeting model and then save it to the database. So let's say in case everything is in order, then go and populate a meeting model. We need to create a meeting over here. I think so let's go and create this meeting, and this should be created in the models folder. We have a model, so we're going to create another one which is going to be a meeting. That is what you're going to be using to store the meeting that the user is going to create, or the admin is going to add to the system. Okay, so within that, we are going to be having a lot properties here under this meeting. Let's look at this. We have an ID, meeting ID, passcode, host ID, title, description, start time, start date, end date, the link. And I want to say, is this meeting completed? So switching this on and off, or true or false, we'll just switch between the recent meeting and our current or upcoming meeting. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and include the property here as meeting. I think this is not so. So let's save this. Can grab this. Create meeting handler. If it's still not found, then we can use. So you're gonna have demo. Then these are server models. So the reason why we are not having this is, you see from here, we are saying that this is meeting. So that's the reason why we are not getting that. Okay. So maybe we can say meetings, and then when we come here, we can go ahead and I'll make reference to this meeting model. I'm sure we need to check that and fix it. So meetings, create handler, then. So we need to make sure we check all these meetings. And then we make sure we also specify meetings here. Okay. Now with the command that we have meetings and great. And also with the handler, we must also have same. So create meeting. So that means with the response that we have here, we need to also check that this is going to give us issues. So maybe this is what we can do. With this, we can say that this is meeting feature. Then with this, we can go and update this here. And then let's update the command. And that will be all. So this response is still going to be using meetings over here, and we can get rid of this. Okay, so now this is solved. When we check our command, create meeting request, it should use same, then should also same. Okay. Then here we're going to create our model for this. Then after we are done creating this with our passcode and our the ID generated, we can go ahead and save it or persist it to the database. So we generate a link, and that is a meeting link. We pass in a meeting ID and the passcode. The reason why we need to get this is, we need to generate the passcode first, and then we take the passcode and the meeting ID to generate the link. So this is going to be the last part. Okay. Now in a DB context, we should make this meeting table. So that's the reason why we're doing that. And then we add a meeting, and then we're going to save the table, and they're going to return instance of this create meeting response. Okay, good. Now let's create a feature for get meeting. So now we have the create meeting, and let's have a get meeting. Now with the get meetings, we're going to create our this is going to be our query. So we're going to say this is get meeting query. And now with this get meeting query, we need to specify get meetings request. So this request, we can either specify it straight from here, like the string host ID. Here, this will work, okay? Or we can create a command and then pass it on here. Or let's say a class and then pass it on here. But I think if this works, then we can stick to that. So let's have this, and now this is going to inherit from I request. So I request, and as this is going to return get meeting response. Okay. Now we're going to create our handler. So this is going to inherit from this I request handler with the query and the response type. Let's go and implement the interface. So here you want to get all meetings by the specific host. Now let's have async, and then this is a request. So this request has host ID. So we want to check if the meetings that we are specifying here, that's the host ID, get the table, and now search for all meetings which have this host ID is equal to what we are specifying. Now we need to inject our app.db context. Then we can check from here in case it's null. Then we don't want to proceed at all. But in case it isn't, then we're going to populate it. we populate from this by getting this host ID, and then we get as a list, and we're going to return this custom response type of get meeting response. This data here is an enumerable or list of get meetings, so we can pass it on here and have this a message, maybe meetings, maybe 12 meetings found. You can actually customize this message and pass on any information that you want the user to be aware of. Okay, so that is that one. Now let's look at how we can get recent meeting. So we create a folder, get recent meetings, and in that we're going to create our query to handle that. And there's going to be a record type, and it's going to take in same host ID. Now with this host ID is going to return a response, and that is a response of get meeting recent meeting response. Let's go and create a handler. Now with this handler, we're going to inject our app.db context. And you're also going to inherit from this iRequest handler, which takes in the query and also the response type. So we're having this recent meetings query, and that is what we created over here. Okay, so this should be a query. Now when we go to the handler, we can use this. And also we want to check if the meeting belongs to this user and it is completed. That is where you want to return it at recent meeting. So we checking that. Then we do same as we did. If this is null, you want to return that. In case it isn't, then populate it as a list. And then the next thing that we're going to be doing is we want to return it over here. So you can see that each feature has all the things it needs in order to work. And then return it over here. And that is all for this get recent meeting. So here we've created 3 features or 3 slides here with the get meetings, get recent meeting, and our create meeting. Now let's check the meeting controller. And now here, create meeting command, we're going to get access to it. With the get meetings query, we do not need to specify any new. All that we're going to be doing is passing the host ID, and that is all. Get recent meeting, we're also going to include the namespace. No new is needed. We need to specify the ID, and that is all for this. So we are done with our controller. Okay, so the next one that we're going to tackle is a service, the Twilio service. Let's see how we can create that to generate a token for the user. So within that, we go into the infrastructure, and I'm going to create a service in there. Now let's create an interface. And I'll call it Twilio service. We're having only one method for now. I think not one, but we're going to have two. That is to create. Okay, so to create room, let's implement this method. Now with this, we're going to be injecting configuration here. So maybe this is what we can do. We can create a constructor for this, and then we can pass on configuration in here. So let's first create private variables to hold our account ID, our API key, our secret key, and also our authentication token. As soon as you create an account in Twilio, you're going to have access to this. So I'm going to show you how you can do it. Let's create an constructor for this, and now inject our configuration in here, and then we're going to create a section known as Twilio. We're going to specify all these as keys so we can grab them and now store them here. Okay, so once we have that, we can go and initialize this Twilio client. We specify the account ID and an authentication token. Now for the generate token, we are going to create a grant. So let's see how we're going to work with that. So when you look at this, we're going to create a grant, and we're taking a hash set of iGrant interface. And here we're going to have a video grant, and we're going to specify the room name here. So the room name, we're making it as a meeting ID. And then after this, we want to create a token. Now with the token that we're going to create, we're going to specify this token as a model from the Twilio. It takes in an account ID, the API key, the secret key, the identity, and also the grant that we have created. So this identity here, it is a user name. We need to provide that. And at the end, we want to return the data here, which is going to come from this token. And we want to grab to JWT. It's going to convert that into JWT so we can return it to the user for the video connection. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. Okay, that is all. So with this, we need to also go to the meeting handler, actually the create meeting handler, and that is where we injected the Twilio service. So here, it means with the Twilio service, we can grab this and we can inject that. And that is all. So we can now go ahead and now create room with the meeting ID. Also, when we check from the Twilio controller that we created, we need the interface also here. Let's include that, and then we can generate the token and I'll return the response to the user. So now that we are done with this, let's go to the program.cs file, and in there we need to register the Twilio service as scope. So we register this as scope. And also we need to add this to the configuration section. In the app.setting.json, we're going to be adding the Twilio service section. So we're going to provide the account SID, the API key, the API secret, and now the authentication token. Okay, so now that we are good here, let's go and rebuild this project. So now it is a time for us to get access to this Twilio service, right? So hop into your browser, twilio.com/login. Try to log in. If you don't have an account, then go and sign up. Follow the prompts or the steps to create an account. Okay, so from this, I'm going to log in with this. Now, when you log in, I'm going to provide my password too over here. Now, let's wait for the verification to be done and then provide my password. Click on continue so I can log in. Now, when I am logged in, let's see the dashboard. That is from the console.twilio.com. That is going to be the dashboard that I'm going to land on. And in here, you can just navigate to developer section. And you know, when you create account here, you're going to be having, I think, $16 for this trial if you're a developer. So I have used mine, and that is what I have now. Okay, so yeah, I'm here, and you know, as soon as you do that, you're going to have your account info, and this is going to be your access account SID, and then you're going to have your token also here. So you're going to copy this account SID and now the authentication token. Aside from that, you're going to, you can just click on the account dashboard, or just click on go to API keys, because you're going to be using an API key, so you can also connect. So you click on the API keys and you are here. And then when you come here on the same API keys and token, you know, I have mine. So I have my live credential, account SID, and I have the key here. So click on create API key. Now, when you click on that, it's going to navigate you to a page whereby it will give you the access to create that. So over here, let's wait. Yes. So provide a name and now the key type. If it is standard or main, you can choose standard for that. Then the region over here, now the friendly name, and click on create. So when you check mine, I have created one already, and that is what I have been using for this demo. So when you do that, after creating, you're going to see it here. Let's wait for this page to load. Then I'll show you. So that is the API key, the SID over here. So you can just grab this. This is my demo video conference, and that's my SID. So I'm going to grab this over here. Okay. So these are the keys that you will need, because when you check the configuration, you need the account SID, the API key, the secret, and the token. So you have all. Just grab them and I'll paste them here. Good. So now that we are done, I think we can start the application. Do we have anything that we haven't completed it? I think we've included everything. So let's rebuild the full solution. And then we're going to run this. Okay. So now that we are good here, we're going to run this. So I'm going to choose this new profile to run both projects. Then let's see. So with this, I'm going to start with this. So I have my API over here. Then I have this. Now, in order for us to test this Twilio, we can test this out, provide the username and our meeting ID, and then it's going to generate a token for you. So let's say I have the name over there as netcode. Then the meeting ID is test meeting. If I click on send, let's see, now you can see from here, I have my token generated successfully, and that is my token. This is what I will use to connect to the video. Okay, so this is working. Now let's check it from here. I'm going to log in as an admin. Okay, so I am in now, and let's try to create meeting and see. Okay, so once I have this, I'm going to, let's see if I click on create meeting, let's see what happened. Okay, so I'm having this. So before we run this to test this out, we need to add migration, because we just added a database table, and that is the meeting in the AppDB context. So let's go and add migration to that. All right, so that is done. Now we're going to run this and test this out. So with our API that we have, in order for us to get a response, we should provide a host ID and now the token, right? So let's go and log in from here. Now the response that we're going to receive, we're going to get only the token and add it to the header before we make a call to the meeting controller. So let's grab the token from here. And also we need to provide an ID for user. And then for the ID, I have an ID here. So maybe we can grab this ID. Okay, and now we're having a message here as no meeting found, meaning it's successful. Now let's check our client. Yes, so you can see we are not having error connection to the server. We rather have no meeting found and now no recent meeting found, meaning they are through with the server connectivity. Okay. Now with this, we need to provide a room name. Now this is going to happen in the Twilio API. So with this, after a room is created successfully, we're going to have a room ID. So we can use room resource from this Twilio. We're going to be using with this video res.video.v1 for version 1. And then here we want to specify the room type as group. We want to check or add a unique name, which is going to be the room name, because since we are coming in with GUID, it's going to be unique all the time. We can also specify a number of participants that you want to have in the room. So when you do that, the Twilio API will not allow more than this number that you're going to specify as participants or attendee to do it. And you want to record participant on Connect. We want to set this to 4 since we are building a simple video conference app. Okay, so after this, when a room is created, you're going to have a room SID. In case it is not, meaning the room isn't created, But in case it is, then you can say that room is created. So here we are returning this. That is, if room ID or if SID here is not equal to none, mean room is created. So we can get access to room status as in progress, and then we can return the status of true. But in case it isn't, then we're doing this as well. All right, so now that we have this, we're going to run this again and check this out. All right, so we see from here we are having notification, and this notification is saying that meeting created. Okay, so we now have this meeting. When we check our Twilio's API, this meeting ID will be created there as a room. And also when we check our database, we have this in the table, meeting table form. We have our passcode. You can see that's what we're going to be using to connect. Then we have our start date and time, as you can see, and that is the link, as you can see from here. Okay, so now this meeting that we have, you can go ahead and now start this. But before we do it, let's click on this. Let's copy this. So once that we are done copying the link, you can see the link here contains the meeting ID and also with the passcode, right? So let's go and start this meeting. Since we are running debugging mode, that's the reason why we're having that. So let's continue on. And now from this, we're having an issue. We can check it. So it is saying could not found this method. Yes, of course. I think we forgot to define this method. Let's check it again from. Then let's go to our www folder. Check from your JS folder where you have this Twilio.video.js. So down here, after we've defined all this method, okay, so let's expose this. So we forgot to add this. So windows.twiliovideo.connect to room, and that is what the service will be calling. So you must provide same. All right, so now that we have this, let's go and run it again. So we have an issue because I think the token has expired. 15 minutes. Let's log out. So let's start the meeting again. And you can see that it is asking you to use your microphone and your camera. So I'm going to click on allow and let's wait and see. So my camera is on, the light is on now, and I must see myself. So we can just check from the inspect, then check here and see whether we have any issue with it. So I think the camera is on, but the view is not popping up. Maybe we can check it well again. Okay, so let's go to the code again and check it. So we're navigating to the dashboard, not the meeting page. That is a meeting component. So go to your clients and then let's check this meeting page. That is where we're doing that. So we have this container ID. So you first set this page opacity to 0. And then after we initialize it, we call the API. Then we start the meeting. And then we set this to 1. Let's put a breakpoint here. And then let's go back and reload this page. So the breakpoint is hit, and then let's move on. So we show loader. Start from that, you want to get this user. You want to get the name. So we have the name here that we provided, and it's part of the token. So what is the name? That's an admin. We're going to be calling this to get a token. And now let's see. From this, we have token generated successfully, and that is our token. So we can come here. Now with this, we have this service. We're going to specify the room ID to join the meeting. And now our camera is on. So let's go and check. We have the token over here. We have the room ID. And then we have the container ID. So that's the host video container. Now we're going to set loader to false. And then the page opacity is going to be 1. Okay, so that should make this div visible. And that is it. So when we check our video, I think we should see response here. Now it is saying you have left the room, so meaning you are disconnected. So it seems like the camera is on, but it cannot add a track to the DOM. Maybe we can separate the video and add the audio track, and then add the video track to the DOM. So maybe let's try that. From our Twilio API, or not the Twilio video.js file, we can go in there and then have our video track. So here we can go and extract, because here we're having 2 tracks, audio and video. Let's go and extract only the video track, and then we can check if video track here is not null. So let's say video track. Then we can go in and add this. So you add track to DOM, and then we're going to specify this video track and add the container ID over here. Now when we come to this add DOM, we have the track and a container ID. It's going to get this container ID. If it does exist, it's going to attach it and then append child. Okay, so I think let's go and try this again. So let's grab the link again. Start meeting. Okay, so let's uncheck this and continue. Yes, and there it's on now. So we have been able to attach the video to the DOM, and now we have the video here. Now the link that we copied, we're going to open that in another tab and see whether we can connect to this. So I have this here. I'm going to paste this. There is a link. I'm going to paste it here. And now this is navigating to the joint meeting. I think continue with this first. And it is connecting here. So we wait to see. The reason why we're having this is we should run this not in debug mode. That's the reason why. So when this works, the next running is going to happen in normal mode. We're going to skip this. So let's continue on. So this is also on. Then we are here. Continue on. Let's keep continuing. Okay, so with this, for this to join, we're having an issue. I think we can cross-check. Let's inspect it. Check from the console. And it's saying that object of the type join meeting page does not have a property matching with the name passcode. Okay, so let's say we go to let's stop all this. Okay, now let's check from this join meeting component or the page that is from the user join meeting page. And I'm here, we're having this meeting passcode, but when you check here, we are saying just passcode. Okay, so let's now run with this. Start without debugging. So let's start this, and that's going to clear that errors that we normally see. It's going to remove that. So let's grab the link, and then we're going to start this meeting. And now allow. So when you check from this inspect tab, check from this console, and it is saying that this video has been appended to the track. So this is a video element that we have. This appended dynamically. So we have that here. Good. Now this is our video. You can see it. Now let's go and join. So with the same tab that I opened earlier on, with this, we're going to reload this track. And this is now going to join meeting with the meeting ID and our passcode. Now you can see we have a pop-up and it is asking us to put in our name. So with this, I think I should not maximize that. Let's say this is attendee, or let me just use a name at all, Frederick, and then click on join meeting. And it's also asking you to use camera and microphone. So allow this time, and I can see my mic is now on. So you can see from here, yes. So we are seeing the feedback. But the dialog here is not off. You saw that, right? Yeah, so we have this a client video over here. Just that, I'm having one camera which is not working well, so that's the reason why we are not seeing that. But you see it worked. So we have been able, and as you can see from here, participant connected, that is Frederick, right? So the name that I provided, that is going to be using for my identity. So I have it over here, and that track is off now. Okay, so you see I am disconnected, and as soon as I wait for that, you see you have it, participant disconnected. So my name and my video has been removed over here. Amazing. All right, so the last thing that we're going to be working at, if I click on connect or join, I should not see the dialog, right? So that's the issue that we need to fix it up. So let's go and do that from our source. We can have it from here. Let's check from our demo project, and in there we going to this join meeting. From the user join meeting, and in here you can see that the first time the user connect and initialize, you want to set this mode to true, so the user can provide our staff the name. As soon as the user clicks on this connect, we want to set this to false. Yeah guys, so that is it. Now in this course, we've seen how we can connect, create a meeting, and also connect, start a video and audio, let the user join, and also connect with the Twilio API, exchange token, and then connect to the meeting with search token. All right, so congratulations if you have been able to rate this, and you have all the stuff working, and you can see yourself and others in the meeting. Bear in mind that the number of participants that you just included when creating the meeting is what you're going to expect here. So in creating meeting, we set the number to 10. You can actually set this dynamically, so you can add it to your request, maybe the number of attendants or attendees that you want to have to join. You can specify that. All right, so that is it. But if you check the diagram again, we are having an advanced one whereby you can manage the audio. You can switch off your audio and on, and you can also connect, get the people who are connected, let's say the participants, and a whole lot. We did not integrate Signal R in this, but in the advanced one, we're going to look at how we can integrate Signal R to implement or to improve fast communication, so the admin can see the number of participants connected. As soon as the user connects, admin will be notified, and also user can also get the number of people who have connected to the search meeting. If you want to dive more into this, then check the video description. The link will be there. You can buy this complete course and get more insight on that. All right, so until then, if you're having an issue with this, what we've done here, you can put it in the comment section and I'll attend to you, help you solve that. All right, so that is it for now. Thank you for watching this, and hopefully I'm going to catch up again with another informative project and also actually nice project like this. Until then, take care.